It didn't happen last time. Because... Well, now it's working. So, hello everybody. They can't hear you though. Like, you know the drill.
No.
Oh, they can hear you actually. I lied.
Whoa, really?
Yeah. That's
How about that?
crazy.
Huh. I don't know if my system's too slow to support my keyboard. I'm not even typing on my keyboard, and yet it's like your system's too slow.
How can you measure its speed when it's not doing anything?
Ugh. Oh, I need to look at Lake Compounds' website. See what they wonder what they actually say. Free regular admission and parking at Storyland in New Hampshire, Splish Splash in New York, and 13 other parks.
Wait, does that add up?
No, it doesn't. That's why I was just counting. I'm like, wait, something's not right there.
13 plus 2 is... Where do the other 2 parks go? I know you're bad at math, but I think you can get
now I'm really confused. By the way, hello everybody on the live stream. What we're talking about is Palace's Platinum Passes are all kinds of confusing again because different websites say different things, and websites say different things on different pages of the same site. Oh, they actually have... Wait. They actually have a whole page dedicated to the Platinum Pass.
Ooh. Maybe they'll spell out the 13 parks. Or 15 parks. Just like, Kennywood's just not included?
Alright. Castle Park, Dutch Wonderland, Idlewild, Kennywood, Lake Compounds, Miami Seaquarium, Noah's Ark, Raging Waters LA, and Raging Waters Sacramento, Raging Waters San Jose, Sandcastle, Sea Life Park, Hawaii, Splish Splash, Storyland, Water Country, and Wet and Wild. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
So they just can't count.
Add.
Yeah, alright.
I don't understand this thing. Like, why? I don't get it. Like, why do you give different benefits to your home park, or like, than versus other parks? Like, why do you overly complicate it? That's really what this boils down to. Why are you making this overly complicated? Oh, Lake Compounds gets lodging discounts at Cartoon Network Hotel and Flamingo Hotel, wherever that is. Whoa, Lake Compounds Platinum Pass is $10 more.
Its cost of living is higher in New England area.
I guess. Weird. How come they get a Oh wait, are they? They have the new. They have the new website. Wait, so does Kennywood have the new? Does Kennywood have a dedicated Platinum Pass? No, no, wait, that's not the new one. I don't understand.
I think you're confusing yourself here.
Well, it's all Palace's fault.
Yeah, that's true. Parkway Arenadis' website's pretty bad too, actually.
What's that?
Their website's not honestly to par with what I would expect.
Where? Who? What?
Parkway Arenadis, I was.
Oh. Yeah. Does wait, can you buy a wasn't
I didn't realize how many parks they operate in Europe. Mirabilandia. I plan on going there when I go to Europe. And there's just like one park in the UAE.
So Miami Seaquarium has a Platinum Pass, but you don't get access to.
Any other parks?
Yeah. I feel like Miami Seaquarium was something that I just bought. Is that a new property for them?
I don't think so.
We probably should be talking about the podcast now that I think about it.
This would be a very boring podcast. No one would be able to know what we're talking about. We'd be like, oh yeah, look at the website.
They have Happy Hauntings. That's an Idlewild thing.
I'm looking at Motion Gate right now in Dubai that Palace owns.
Oh yeah, we don't get access to it.
To that?
Why don't we get access to it?
To it?
It's not really fair.
I don't know.
Or is it only U.S. parks?
You would get it. They would be a really good bang for your buck if you got the Europe parks too.
Well, yeah, but the thing is though, the Europe parks aren't Palace.
Yeah, they're not Palace.
They're parkways. So
But
like,
Motion
so
Gate's
that's
not
the thing.
Palace either.
Oh, it's not.
No,
Well,
only
they have-
only their Australia, Wet and Wild Australia is also Palace.
That's it. So
But you don't get admission to that, yeah.
no, yeah. So why?
I don't know. They specifically say U.S. parks in most of their advertisings. Like, yeah. Motion Gate looks pretty cool, actually.
Huh. Noah's Ark's Platinum Pass doesn't give a restriction on summer season.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure it probably is anyway. They just forgot to type that.
Oh man. They have a Hunger Games themed coaster at Motion Gate. I might have to be
Do they
going.
really?
They do.
That's cool.
It's called the Capital Bullet Train. Like, you know, when they're... you saw the movies, right?
Yeah, I don't really remember all that well, though, to be honest.
When they're riding to the
Like,
Capitol, they're on a train. It's like a bullet
oh
train.
yeah, yeah, I
Yeah.
do.
That's kind of like what it's themed around, it looks like. It's a mock. Looks like Copyright Strike. But it has Hunger Games theming. That's pretty cool. This is like Universal kind of. They have Ghostbusters Dark Ride. That's pretty fun. I kind of want to go here. I'm not gonna lie right now. This looks kind of cool. Hotel Transylvania. I don't care about that as much. They have a Smurf themed coaster. What is this? Let's see.
Smurfs. La 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 la.
Oh, this is just like a, I think it's the Umbrella Kitty coasters. They have a How to Train Your Dragon. This is neat. All right. I never really looked into this park too much, but this is really neat. They have a Shrek ride. That's pretty cool. Bob, we gotta go.
All right, let's do it. I can. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna renew pass, but like, let's
Kung
just
Fu Panda.
go to another country.
Let's do it. Oh, you can meet Effie from the Hunger Games too. Oh, but they have like a whole set. Like you're like in District 12, like where when they announced her name, it looks like. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Oh my god. I've always thought there should be Hunger Games themed attractions, and I'm glad to see that someone's actually done it, but it sucks it's in a different country. And in that country. But I want to see a map. Motion Gate map. Give me your map, baby. Is it indoor? Oh no, it's not. It's outdoors. Bob, this looks pretty cool. They did it like perfectly. This is exactly how I think Nickelodeon Universe should do theirs at American Dream. They have it set up as separate, distinct lands. That way, they can immerse you in each land. They have the DreamWorks land, the Smurfs land, Lionsgate land, and then they have their own lands within those like film franchises, like Kung Fu Panda Land. What is this? Oh, Madagascar. How to Train Your Dragon. Smurfs. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of liking this park.
Which one is it? Motion Gate? Is that what
Yeah.
you're... Oh, Dubai.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to go there, but it's Dubai.
That's what I said. It sucks it's in the
They have
country.
so much. They have so much money.
I know. This is like Universal. It's crazy. It's so beautiful.
This Does Parkways have season passes? Yeah, annual pass. 4 Park annual pass.
Where are you at? What website are you on?
Motion Gate.
Oh,
Wait a minute. This isn't Motion Gate's not Parkways.
Bollywood. So what?
You said this was Parkways. It's not.
It's Parkways. It's on their website.
What? What? Huh? Like, how's Legoland involved with? Like, that's Merlin, isn't it?
I don't know if Legoland Dubai is Merlin, but I don't think they own it either.
Welcome back, Travis. We're still like trying to.
We're
We don't know what
we're
we're
just
doing,
going
actually.
into like Merlin, Parkways Hernandos's like extensive history and passes. We're just going everything. just stick with us here.
Well, Legoland Alton Towers, Chessington. Gardaland, Heidi Park, Thorpe Park, Warwick Castle, Sea Life, The Dungeons, Legoland Discovery Centers, Madame Tussauds, The London Eye, Peppa Pig, and then it starts over. So, all right, well, let's go to Legoland Parks. Now, Legoland Dubai is listed on Merlin's website.
Interesting. Well, I mean, maybe it's some sort of partnership they have.
I guess it has to be.
Because other than that, it's clearly Parkway Hernandez Park, or they wouldn't have it on their website.
Travis, does this answer your question?
Oh man.
Oh, you know what? Happy season pass holder I am though.
And I remember which one you're not again. I didn't show everybody on the live stream. Ah.
Uh-oh. Weird errors. Oh no. Never mind, it's just Discord complaining.
Update the icon. Update the icon.
Oh no, that was telling me it was skipping a frame. What flume boat did you get? It that would be kind of cool if I could make, but I could never be angry at Hershey though. It would be a cool feature. It could be like the Chris. Actually, I wonder if they do have a. That's what I need. I need to find giant Hershey Kisses, but like one that's yeah, Todd. I need to find like giant Christmas ones. So there's like red and green. Green when I'm happy, red when I'm angry.
Oh wow, this is very interesting. This is
See-
look.
What?
What I'm about to send you. This is. Dubai Parks and Entertainment. Send the picture, Discord. Send it. How is it too big? It's what? It's not that big of a file.
That's why I finally broke down and subscribed to Discord because I got tired of that message.
You did Discord Nitro, right?
Yeah, well, the Nitro Classic.
Yeah, I could tell because you started sending GIFs that were only available
Yeah.
for Discord Nitro. I'm like, I guarantee you he got that. He stooped to their level. About there.
I did. I am gonna have to find giant Hershey Kisses. So I was actually looking on Friday night at Hershey. They have ornaments that are like about this big. They had a silver one and a red one.
Uh-huh. That is like all of the parks that are a part of this resort.
Oh.
So I guess maybe multiple different operators operate all of the different parks in this resort.
So this Discord link, can we then just click that and put it in the live chat?
The link I just sent?
Yeah. Well, the picture attaches to a link.
Correct.
I don't know. Can you guys see that link I just sent?
I don't even see that you sent a link. Oh, wait, no, I do.
No.
I think it might redirect to Discord, maybe, but maybe, I don't know. I can see it.
Oh, cool. Well, now we know how we can share pictures with a live stream.
It's very interesting. So I guess Motion Gate's operated by...
That's actually pretty cool. But maybe Motion Gate is operated by Parkways.
No, I think they are. I mean, they list them as that, so they must be. And then Legoland's... so it must be some sort of, like, partnership they have with all 4 properties, even though they're separately operated.
Wait, so Motion Gate... Maybe it's like... for lack of a better description, maybe it's almost like an office building where, like, the individual parks rent from Motion Gate. Like, Motion Gate has the office building, but then the parks rent office space.
Motion Gate is just the one park.
It doesn't even look like it is a park.
You mean Dubai Parks and Resorts? No. Motion Gate is the one park on the top left.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, so then all those
Other parks are operated.
So Columbia, Lionsgate, Smurfs Village, and DreamWorks is part of
Motion Gate, yeah. Yep.
So is Parkways license those? Or do those parks?
Yeah, those are their parks. I mean, those are their property. Yes, all those rides and IPs are registered with them.
You leaving, Travis? Already?
You weren't back for long then.
Will you be back again?
This looks like a really cool place, though.
It does. Well, you see, that's what cracks me up. Like on Reddit, there's like all these people like, "There's no way I'd ever. I don't care if Six Flags Qiddiya?
Qiddiya, yeah.
Qiddiya. I don't care if it gets built. I'm never going there. Like their human rights are atrocious, and like I guarantee you, half those people are gonna end up going there because, like, oh, it's so cool.
I'm not gonna lie, I might go. If I ever get the money to go, I might. I mean,
I know, like that's the thing. People are just like,
but I'm not claiming
to be. I know, but like, what the thing is like, there's so many people that are like, oh, like right now, it's so easy for them to take a stand because they couldn't, like, it's not there or they couldn't afford it or whatever. But like, if they had the opportunity to go, a lot of people would just go. I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong. I'm just saying like that's like it's ridiculous to me how
Yeah, they
people
take this
like
like
talk
self-righteous,
and, like,
holier than thou stance. Like,
yeah.
oh, it's just so yeah. And then in 2 years they're gonna be partying it up in Dubai. You're gonna see
Yeah,
them
I
like,
know,
oh,
and it's
here I am, look, Bollywood and the Bollywood Studios, the Motion Gate.
yeah.
If I go, I gotta go to Bollywood Studios. I'm gonna take a photo in there.
Just because of the infamous episode.
This was it too. I believe this was the.
It was.
Yeah, this was it.
It
This is
absolutely
what they
was.
built, and that was one of the dumbest things I've ever said.
If there was ever a time that you wanted Timmy not to agree with you,
I would have been so happy had he said something. I would have just gone, oh, yes, what am I thinking? Obviously. That would have been such a great, that's it. Like, it would, but I just. And then he, like, reinforced me, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, what the hell? It's amazing to me because since then I've actually watched more of, like, films out of that industry. And, like, I'm pretty familiar with the industry now. And it's like, I keep thinking, like, oh my God.
Does
2 years ago, I was so absent-minded.
I'm curious if anybody in the live chat knows what we're talking about.
I'll
How long
explain.
ago was that?
It was about 2 years ago.
Is it that long ago?
Yeah.
I guess the park's open now, so.
Yeah,
That's
that
an
have to be
indication.
somewhat long. Because it was definitely, it was conceptual then. It was definitely not a established park yet. Because then once we actually found out about it, like Daniel, I think Daniel or somebody in the chat, somebody like messaged us in the chat and was like, hey, like, what are you talking about Bollywood? And then I'm like, oh my God. And then I was like, I find it quite odd, which I think I remember a snarky remark you made about it as well. I still find it odd
Oh,
that,
I know I did.
well, not about the Bollywood thing, yeah, but about the fact that I was like, I found it odd that an Indian film themed park was going to like the Middle East in that area in particular because it's kind of like right next to Pakistan. And I was like, that seems kind of odd. And you were like, yeah, and it's weird that we like Chinese food in the U.S. I'm like, it's kind of different, but all right. I remember it.
Is that me?
Yeah, it was
Maybe.
definitely you.
It could have been.
And I was like, it's a little different, Bob, but you know, U.S. and
That sounds
China
like something
aren't
I'd
completely
say.
in direct, like, hostile. I mean, we are, but like it's economic more than like ethnic. Like, but yeah, I remember
So
that whole discussion
anybody-
because that discussion lived in infamy for me. That was the.
Anybody on the live stream that doesn't know what we're talking about? Oh, yeah, okay. So yeah, so like a long. I don't know, James thinks it's 2 years ago. I'm not really sure.
2019, yeah,
There was an
something.
episode. There was an episode that I wasn't on the show, and Timmy came on, and they were talking. They were actually talking about Bollywood.
It just came up. We didn't even talk about it in great lengths because
No, they didn't.
because if we had, we would have actually realized like, oh, they're theming it to the film industry. Because if you actually read into what it's themed to, it's like the infamous film industry, like all this shit. Like it talks about it in detail. But so we just like mentioned it, and then yeah.
Like I remember, I don't remember if I was listening to the live stream or if I just listened. I think that one I actually listened later, but yeah. So the thing is they they both took the stance of like they were copying off of Dollywood, and they just changed. They just cut her from D to B.
And Timmy, who's pretty smart, and we're both pretty smart, but you know, like you think one of us would catch that, and neither of us, we just both. And then Timmy was like, "Oh, I knew that, but I didn't." Like I was like, "What the fuck? No, you didn't. You definitely didn't. If you knew that about Timmy, you would have definitely said something. Come on."
Well,
if
I
you
just
caught on to
remember,
that,
like, I just remember yelling, like, "No, you're not! You can't be saying this! Oh my god!"
well, all I knew was there was a park called Bollywood. That's all I knew. I didn't like read into the actual park itself. So I was like, there was like the literal news article was like, I think it was Dubai Parks and Entertainment to open up Bollywood, and it might have been Motion Gate, or not, maybe not Motion Gate, but Legoland Dubai or whatever other park was opening with it, and that's all we knew. Like we didn't actually know, and we didn't actually read into like what the park would entail, and so we were like, it's Dollywood with a B.
I remember thinking in my moment, oh my god, I can't ever take a day off of this show again.
Which he has since. So.
Yeah. I mean, like,
and I will say we've never made a mistake that bad again. So.
Knock on wood.
No, I mean, I was just young at the time. I was 16, 15-ish, so I'm going to blame my age there. My lack of experience with film and cinema and... Man. Because now I know there's like Pollywood, there's like all these Tollywood, there's like a bunch of different ones. Different industries across the
I don't
globe.
even know those. I just know like Bollywood has been...
Bollywood's bigger than Hollywood in terms of revenue, annual revenue. So, I mean...
Yeah.
It's crazy that I don't know. That was bad.
I mean I'm glad you're able to laugh about it too. Like, but like
it pissed me off at the time. At the time, I was so pissed off.
I know you were mad. Like
I was like shut. I was like, you guys better shut up. I was like, I cannot. There's no way I did that. But now I'm content with. I was ignorant at the time, in that particular, which I strive to be like. I'm not like Bob has his computer stuff, Daniel is like electrical lineman stuff. I guess I don't know what Daniel is. Daniel's pretty smart. Timmy's pretty smart. All of our friends are pretty smart, but I feel like I'm pretty good with pop culture. And that one was I let slip through the cracks a little bit.
We've all done it.
Mm-hmm. That was, but we've all done it. But we haven't all done it, airing it to the world, kind of, so to speak.
That's true.
Airing it so that 2,800,000 annual listener or all-time listeners can listen in. All right. Well, we need to start the show, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Yeah, we do.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then we can start.
All right.
Still gotta do weekly poll for next week, but maybe we can figure that out after we record the first half.
Maybe Steph can think of one. Thought of a good one a few weeks ago. Oh man, just thinking about that Bollywood thing just cracks me up. Yeah, it should be still available. I'm not sure what episode it is though.
What episode?
Like, cause the episode that you said about Bollywood. Like that wasn't even a title or anything. Like
it was like it's definitely lost in there. You'd have a fun time finding that one.
Although you might have, I guess the show notes would probably say that I wasn't there, so that would be a good clue.
Yeah, there's like 10 or 12 of those still in there, like all buried. I don't know, like search by keyword.
Yeah. And that was that the first time Timmy was on? Like, I mean, in place of me.
Wait a second. Oh, I thought I found it. Busch Gardens, but no Bob. Before starting off the show, Cedar Fair's updated their status. Oh my god. This might be it.
Did you actually find it that
Holy
easily?
shit, it's it. It is.
I'm impressed.
Episode 84. There you
Good
go.
Lord, that was a while ago.
Yeah, almost 100 episodes ago. Well, What are we? 143. So not quite actually. 60. Oh, my laptop's about to die. But yeah.
I don't know.
The reason we talked about Bollywood is because the link to the post that was presented was, it's a bit unclear if this is being built at the Motion Gate or Bollywood Park, because it was still this was a new ride being built as well. Like they were building the new ride, which I don't know where it ended up going. I wonder where it did. Can anyone see a GCI in this picture of the map I sent? I don't see a GCI anywhere, so maybe it's still not built.
Well, what date was it? Maybe it wasn't that long ago.
It was August of 2020. So yeah.
So it was about, yeah. You were pretty close. No, it was a year
Yeah,
ago,
about
not
a
2
year.
years.
About a year and a half almost, yeah.
So
Well-
yeah, it wouldn't be built by now, probably. I mean, if it was conceptual at that point.
All right, well, there's that. But that's the only information we had. If I'd actually just gone to the effing website and looked, I would have seen, oh, wow, it's the film industry. I just literally read the title off of that Facebook post and was like, what the fuck?
Because that never gets anybody into trouble ever.
Please don't give it a listen. That might be an episode I delete.
All right. So for the poll next week, for the poll, I was thinking we could do the, like, maybe ask about winter events or something. I don't know. But that might be better for next week.
Yeah, I feel like after Halloween ends, it'd probably be better. We never had Pam on to tell ghost stories. We should...
Yeah. What's she doing?
Message her right now and tell her just to get on that.
She didn't respond on Discord.
Ooh, she's pissed. You called her
Who,
out
Pam?
again, being an enthusiast. Calling Twisted rough. That's one of the worst takes ever. That might be worse than Bollywood.
Well, she said that's not what she said.
She lied. That's not. She definitely said it was rough.
Oh yeah, that was pretty old. That was a while ago. I actually watched an interview. I forget the name of that band.
Yeah. It's like a heavy metal
Something
band.
like that. Yeah. They actually threw the guitar off of the lift, which I thought was awesome.
Till it hit somebody.
I know. So that's a loose article. Unless there's a new one. That might not be a bad question. What's been your favorite? If you've gone to more than one haunt this year, what's been your favorite? Or just in general, what park is your favorite haunt?
All right, we could do that. If you're cool about talking with haunts.
Yeah, I don't mind. And honestly, this is kind of a misconception. I understand why it's kind of been a misconception with you guys, but like, I don't particularly despise haunt, like the parks during haunt. I actually like the environment. I don't like to be scared. Like, I don't like the jump scare thing. But like you're not gonna see me go into houses, but I actually, to a certain point, enjoy actually going to a park during haunt, because I love the whole lighting and the effects stuff. Like, and I mean,
I like the set
that.
design too.
Like, yeah, like I'm just like, I love that type of stuff, like the effects thing. I love that stuff. So, like, I like, I mean, that's what haunt is.
Did you
And
bypass
enjoy
all
it.
scare zones at Kings Dominion, or did you end up having to go through one or two?
No, I avoided them.
So you didn't go through like Pumpkin Eater by an old country? Oh, Virginia.
No.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, the majority of my time was waiting in line somewhere.
I thought that was a good scare zone. Not really because it was scary, but because the set design was really cool. They have it like themed to a farm, and they actually have like props. They have the one building where actually like it looks. It's a very small building, but it actually looks like from a certain perspective like there's like some horses in it. And it looks like like it's very well done actually.
Huh.
I thought they did a pretty good job. King's Dominion actually does a pretty great job with Haunt. I think.
Yeah, all the Cedar Fair parks do, I think.
I think it's better than Howl-O-Scream, which I didn't always used to think that, but
So, Clint, it's interesting you brought that up because like the whole thing is nobody knows about Voyage. Everybody knows about Beast, but nobody knows about Voyage. I mean, enthusiasts know about Voyage, but if you just like talk like if you think about what people know of roller coasters in the general public, that looks like Beast. I mean, really seriously, it is like it, I've always explained it as if you mixed Beast with Twister at Knoebels. Like that's what I think Voyage is.
throw in some airtime because neither of those coasters really have airtime.
Well, yeah, with a little bit of Phoenix thrown into. Yeah, Twister. Yeah, neither one. That's what I said with Phoenix thrown into. I forgot to finish my sentence, but it is funny how people say that though. Like nobody.
Ah.
You know the thing with Haunt, I've uh, I've actually heard multiple people say about Dorney being really good Haunt, but like, I think the problem is nobody goes to Dorney, so it's only the few people that have gone to Dorney.
just the 3 or 4 that end up going. You're like, oh, this is great.
Yeah, they love it.
The 3 people that are there. And then they're like, shit, Dorney's hit capacity is 4 people in the park.
Maybe that's what happened last night. That's the ironic thing about the rumor that Dorney hit capacity.
All right. I don't
Do you know anybody that works at Dorney? Because I really want to know for sure.
I know someone that works at Dorney, yeah.
Well, you need to find out then. Because
I actually, well, this isn't going to help us necessarily. I can't. Never mind. I hate this, Bob. You know what I hate.
I know.
Never mind, guys. Just disregard what I just said. Anything I just said.
All right, Clint. Have a good night. Listen to the podcast when it releases. Well,
Damn it.
I don't think it's going to be a Sunday release this week.
No, I don't think it's going to be. I have a hunch. Seeing as we have an hour and 10 minutes. Oh, man. And we have like 40,000 news stories.
Yeah, I might actually go to Kennywood this coming weekend. I'm not sure. I'm curious about the Exterminator thing. I actually Friday night got to experience Laugh Track in the dark for the first time, and it was kind of humorous. I enjoyed it because it is still disorienting. But the thing that shocked me is there are so many sensors on that ride that all you saw was like a couple big red dots for exit signs and then tiny little green dots all over the frickin' place because there are sensors everywhere on that track. And like every sensor has that little green indicator light.
Yeah, I read it when it was dark.
That's like all you could see.
I did it when they did lights out.
was pretty crazy. So I'm like curious.
I kind of like it better. Like I don't typically like spinning coasters, but I feel like in the dark it doesn't matter as much because you have no concept of what is moving really.
Yeah,
Because typically, like I'm out on spinning coasters. I'm like,
I don't know. I mean, Laugh Track's not really that much of a spinning coaster, though.
it doesn't spin. Yeah, it like barely spins.
I mean, my sister cannot do spinning rides at all, and she has no problems with Laugh Track.
I don't have. So it doesn't spin really. I think it makes like 3 or 4 revolutions the entire ride typically. I feel like it doesn't do very many.
I think it makes more than that, but it makes them slowly. I don't know.
It might.
Maybe not. I'm
But
not
I
sure.
think I don't know. And it has a lot of like parts of the ride are just actually where it's supposed to be facing forward too. So
What do we want to talk? What are we gonna do the second half? I don't.
this would be great to have like people to have interviews or something, or do something like that. But there's never anything.
Do you want to? I mean, I kind of jokingly said about the whole Palace season pass thing, but like, do you want to just talk about season passes in general next year?
What passes we're thinking about getting?
Yeah. And interesting changes we know about.
Yeah, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad one.
Virginia is
Jesus
not
Christ.
Texas, but if Glenn
What the
Youngkin
hell?
wins, it could be.
It's not that bad of a topic.
I was on Screamscape and all of a sudden, with a fucking ad popped up and like blasted audio in my ear about Terry McAuliffe, and he scares me. I'm just kidding. No, the ad just scared the hell out of me.
I mean, I don't necessarily want him to lose, but I'll be glad when this is all over because I don't even live in Virginia anymore, and this is not an exaggeration. I get about 15 emails from his organization a day. A day.
Yeah. I'm not gonna input what I think about him, but that scared the shit out of me. It's like Terry McAuliffe is blah blah blah. I'm like, I thought he was in my house or something. Intamin, did you see Intamin? Their new like multi-dimensional coaster and launch spinning coaster.
What? Where? Huh? Where?
Oh boy, we're gonna have another news story then. They announced a couple days ago on their YouTube channel. They did like whenever they announce like the new attractions, they always do like the concepts on the YouTube channel. So that seems to be their kind of go-to. And they announced the multi-dimensional launch coaster.
Where's the link?
Or is it new? I don't know. I heard the Coaster Radio was talking about it. That's the only reason I heard about it. But this looks like it's already established. So maybe they were wrong. But I think this might be the first implementation of it, maybe. Of the multidimensional fan coaster. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't really know. I think it's multidimensional simply because it has theming as well.
Whoa.
Has a drop track. But it's Screamscape said they announced it. But Screamscape's wrong. 9 times out of 10.
Screamscape never knows what's going on.
I mean, it's obviously not brand new if there's one already in existence. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, this might be their concept.
No, click on the website where it says multidimensional family coaster. And there's a couple of them. There's one in France, Europe, Germany, Italy, UK. 13 is one. Oh my god, this is definitely not new. 13 at Alton Towers has literally been built for like, pretty sure it's built in like the early 2000s.
Oh, wait.
13 was built in 2010 actually, so it's still old.
Oh, so it's not the multi-dimensional coaster is not new. It's Namazu.
Oh, so this is oh,
That's a new
that's
coaster.
a new coaster,
That's what's new, not the
not the model.
yeah.
All right, it was presented as
so-
if it said Intamin unveils a new creation. So I was like, well, like typically what that means the manufacturer has a product that they're offering for the first time, not.
Mike, how was it tonight? Was it as bad as yesterday?
You're just leaving. You went to. I thought you were at Busch Gardens today. He was at Busch Gardens earlier. Did you switch parks midway through the day?
Probably couldn't take it anymore. I saw some pretty bad stuff about Busch Gardens today.
Yeah, I saw. There's a new launched family spinning coaster too. Yeah, I don't know if this is necessary to talk about on the show though.
No, it's just Namazu. Like it's that
Well,
cracks me
there's
up.
this
like-
one too. What cracks you up?
Well, like Screamscape saw somebody in Screamscape saw this and was like, "Oh, look, that's not new.
Yeah, I know.
Objective Mars. That's been there. That's been up for a while. That's been one that has looked really cool. I thought a long time ago. I really kind of wanted to ride that.
No, I'm saying that was
But,
that was included on there. Intamin unveils newest creations.
Yeah, like I don't understand how like.
Oh no, this might be a new. I think this might be a new model of it, of the same ride.
What?
Of
Yeah.
Objective to Mars. So it's
No, Objective Mars has been open for a while.
all right. Well,
I remember years ago looking at that. and
this is
wanting to
the
ride it.
brand new Objective to Mars at Futurescope France as the example.
Oh, maybe it's a clone.
That's what I'm saying. I said it might be
Oh, I see what
a
you're
clone. Yeah.
saying. Oh my god. One ride in 6 hours?
How was Twisted? How were we running? Never mind.
At Hershey on Friday night, I got 20 rides on Sky Rush in like an hour and a half. It was amazing. And then in the afternoon, I got 20 rides on Candemonium. But that wasn't public.
Joker's
It was so crazy. Hershey was crowded for like an hour. And then I think people came for the football game. Like they stopped in before the football game. No. Okay. Objective Mars. Futuroscope. In France.
hmm
Operating since 6/13/2020.
I guess they're considering that new then. I guess Streamscape's considering that a new ride. Because that's what they have on there. That's the two videos they have is the new rides for Intamin. Look. I'll send you the link for this. Intamin. I'll read you. Intamin is. I'll just read it actually. If I can find it now, where is it at? I hate when I load a page and then it goes down. All right. Intamin has posted a couple new videos this week to promote some of their latest coaster projects. This video includes a look at their multidimensional Nazuma at Volcania and their new family launch spinning coaster Objective to Mars at Futurescope.
Yeah, well, it's been open for over a year, so it's a new video. That's what they're saying.
No, they said. Look, this is the
Well,
exact word.
I don't
The
know
new
what screen-
Objective.
No, I mean
Objective Mars at Futurescope. That's exactly what they say.
that's what Screamscape says.
Yes.
But the Intimate video says nothing about.
Yeah,
new.
nothing about it being new. But that's exactly what Screamscape says. I don't know. Screamscape. That's why I rarely visit because they just confused me.
Well, that's the whole thing. They looked at somebody got a notification that Intamin posted a new video, and somebody made the assumption instead of spending like what it took us 30 seconds before we realized that something was not like we thought. Like they couldn't spend a few minutes to just like look into it and say, "Oh, is this really new?"
That's right. And the fact that they didn't include any description about it being new. Or I mean, nothing there said new. Nothing in any of those videos
Exactly.
say new. Nothing
Well,
in the
no,
actual video itself says new.
Oh yeah, Namazu doesn't actually even say new.
No,
I'm like, well, yeah, like nothing.
no, it doesn't say new at all.
Screamscape.
Oh man.
So, what if Screamscape tells you that Pantheon's open, has been open for a week? Will you go to Busch Gardens then? That's the question. That's what I want to know.
Yep, I'll be there.
I'm asking Mike.
I'd be
I
there
don't know
though.
if you
That's
saw
what I'm
it.
saying.
I wouldn't know. I need to make dang sure that it's open.
Nope, I'm taking Screamscape's word for it.
I'm not driving 3.5 hours unless I am absolutely positive.
And then at the very like bottom of like the page, it'll be like a little asterisk, and it'll be like, "This information is brought to you by, I don't know, some random person with no validity to their claim whatsoever. They just said it was open on Twitter. They just tweeted it today. It said Pantheon's open."
Well, then it must be true.
Exactly. Not going.
All right, I guess we should probably start recording.
Oh, yep, with no second half of the show. Oh, are we going to talk about season passes, Everett?
Yeah. I was like, wait.
Should I do this?
Did we just come up with that? Oh, wait. No, I'm not on the document. Season Pass Podcast.
That sounds like that's a good name for a show. We should change our name.
That'll be the sequel to Fountain Talk.
No, there's actually a show called Season Pass Podcast.
Oh, is there?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, actually. Now I do remember.
I don't know if they still produce episodes.
I'm telling you, SeaWorld's gonna have some issues in a year. Right now, everybody's like, "Oh, that's going to fall flat on their faces."
No,
The season pass.
they do not post episodes anymore. They stopped last year. They've been going for a while though. I think they were pals with Mike and EB. Yeah, the first episode was back in 2008.
Wow,
Yeah.
you leaving stuff? We haven't even started. Our live chat's leaving us.
That's not. Yeah, that's not cool.
It's all good. We understand, though.
Nope, I don't. You cannot leave
If
us.
this is a repeat of me and Mike's episode, we'll still be recording at like 5 a.m.
No, hell no. I'd be going to school. I'd be literally on my way to school. That would be. That,
Oh my god!
that would be-
How bad does your park have to be for an entire club to just leave the special event?
Well, what time did the event end? Was there still things to do? That would be the real question too. Like, yeah, we had ERT at 12 and we just didn't care.
Oh my god! And it's not even like Ace leaving Friday.
It's not leaving because they suck. It's leaving because the park sucks.
Right. So, Mike, I need to tell you this because it was actually
Gave up dinner. Okay.
Huh?
You gave up free
Oh.
dinner.
Well, so on Friday, I was part of a video shoot. I signed up to.
We could talk about this on the show,
volunteer.
though. So I would.
Yeah, I guess I could. Yeah. Start of the show.
Yeah, we started the show. We could talk about
Oh,
your
wow.
trip to KD then too. I'll mention the Coaster Crew event, but I'm going to mention it as if I was,
Yeah.
not a Coaster Crew event.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I guess I can mention that. I was thinking not mentioning the Ace thing, but yeah, I'll do it because I don't care anymore.
It's funny is Ace is asking me to help them with their YouTube channel, so it's like I'm gonna be helping with content, and you're gonna be crapping on them. It's like.
I mean, I just want like they're.
Hey, I don't disagree
want
with you
to-
sometimes. So I mean,
I don't want like it's such an awkward position for me because I don't want to really shit on them, but I can't help it.
I just can't. I'm just gonna do it. It just comes out of me. I just start talking. I'm like, Ace sucks. Ace sucks. I don't know. Oh man. Oh. Was it better than last night, Mike? I'm sure it was. It was probably not as crowded. I don't work yeah. I'm never there on Sundays, so I don't know what it's like. I'll be at Busch Gardens next Sunday though, so maybe hopefully I don't know, that's Halloween. I feel like most people are gonna not go to the park. They're gonna be having some family fun, but maybe I'm jinxing myself for the most busy night of the year.
Probably. Oh, you're gonna have a horrible time. I'm sorry. It's just reality.
I'm really. You want to know the real reason I'm going? It's just to get
Well-
is to get the Howl-O-Scream shirt. That's it.
Uh-huh.
That's it. And it's because I have the other two from.
We sold out.
It's because Tampa. I got Tampa's and I got Orlando's. So I kind of want to have all three. I think that'd be kind of cool.
Man, I didn't get home till like 4 a.m. last.
I didn't get home till
Because
3:30.
the parking lot, man. Oh my god. Oh my god, the parking lot. I didn't get out of the parking lot till like 1:30. Yeah, I think I got out of the parking lot like at 1:30, and then it's like a 2.5 hour drive home.
I was getting off when you were leaving the parking lot. Then. That's pretty funny. Like the park had been cleared out and everything. Because I
Yep.
heard them on. They're like, the bottom of the park is now clear. And I just keep giving it away, don't I?
You do.
I'm gonna just have to delete this live stream when we're done. This one's
Might as well just give up.
this one's just for the 10 people that watch the live stream, they'll know. And then it's kind of hard not to talk about it when you guys keep talking about it, and I was there, but I can't talk about it then.
All right.
Mike is the only one watching right now. Then after this, I'll go ahead and I'll delete this live stream. So,
Well, that's not cool.
yep, I'm sorry, but I've given it
This was
away.
a fun opening on live stream, though. Fortunate.
Maybe I can trim it. I think I can
Yeah.
trim it.
That's what I'd do.
Yeah, but I have to go through and watch the whole thing again. And find where I said King's Dominion and everything. That would take like 2 hours possibly of me like going through and watching this and trimming what I said. I don't think I'm doing that, so we'll see. I wish
Really?
technology had progressed to the point where I could just say, where I say these few words, trim it. And not have to actually go through and listen and manually do it.
That's a scary, scary thought.
But it would
Why
save
is
me
my
some
knee
time.
still up?
She's listening to Coach Talk Podcast, episode number 143.
She's asking me what my favorite Christmas song is. That was a random. Sure it wasn't random, but like in her mind, but anyway. Oh, yeah. Come on, Mike. Nobody goes to Kings Dominion. And absolutely nobody rides I-305. I was such a flop. Nobody ever rides it. Says the 3-hour wait I had last night.
All right. Right before we start, I'm going to be right back. I need to do something because I need to take like an aspirin or something.
So the thing with KD, Mike, it's just been like it's such a long drive.
He's not loyal.
It's not that. It's like I mean, I can drive 2.5 hours to Kings Dominion to ride I-305 Timbers, or I can drive like an hour and 40 minutes to Hershey and ride all those amazing coasters. I mean, what would you do? I think that's what I waited for the first round. Dude, the last night, I am telling you, like I will comment on bad ops, but the ops last night in like the last half hour of the night at I-305, they were beyond bad. I was livid. I was actually pissed. That's the only time that I can say that I've ever actually been pissed off about bad ops. I'm not kidding you. Each dispatch was taking at least 5 minutes. And it took me from the point where the line splits to the front row. From that point to the time that I boarded was 45 minutes. I've never in my life... at first, I thought the ride broke down. That's how slow they were. It was weird, too, because they weren't doing good, but there was like a defining moment that they just became absolutely terrible. It was just uncalled for. And this is not a joke. I watched as like the entire right side of the train got checked. The op is like standing in his corner by his little control panel, and nobody's checked the he was on the right side of the train. Nobody's checked the left side of the train at all. People are literally just standing there for minutes until somebody emerges out of the operator booth, checks the left side of the restraints, and you finally hear all clear, and they dispatch. And that person's back in the operator booth. And there's nobody there for the next train for minutes. Oh my God, it was unreal. It was absolutely unreal how bad it was. Never in my life have I been so mad about ops. I guess I should probably check my audio for Audacity. Testing.
Oh, I think my mom has the aspirin. She's asleep, so.
That sucks.
Yeah. My head is killing me for some reason. I don't normally get headaches. Very, very seldom, actually.
Check. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. Oh my god. It's crazy how crisp and clear this Audacity display is. I've never I've never seen clear.
What do you mean? Like, just the display? Like the display is better?
Yeah, just like like it's so defined, like the waveform is so
Yeah.
defined compared to my other laptop.
I'm used to it because I have a great laptop. I'm used to it. No, I was.
Check 1 2 testing.
That was an audio test. That's why I said that.
Testing low volume. Testing.
I'm gonna try this voice meter again. See if my mixer actually works.
Oh no, you're gonna break everything.
I'm a banana.
Check 1 2. Need to turn my tad. Check 1 2 testing 1 2.
The track and the structure for that light
Testing
next year,
quiet.
if the price is right.
Testing really quiet.
Those are just some of the things
Because
that
I always talk this quiet.
doing. We have a lot of rides
Is
already.
Discord even
Big
registering me?
focus
Oh
is
yeah,
meeting
Discord
ways
is.
to make sure that,
Have you ever heard me talk this quiet, James?
No.
Probably shouldn't even bother making sure level.
You're pretty much whispering.
I know. Check 1 2.
So unless your
testing,
neighbor
testing,
next door
1,
told you to be quiet, no. I haven't.
2. How bad was it, Pam?
all of our guests.
I need to hear all the details. We should have you on the show to tell
Hello?
all the details about it.
Testing my audio. Hello. All right, let's see. Hello, hello, hello. It's not working again. I'm just going to delete it. I mean, there's no point in having it on my laptop if it's not going to work.
Pam just got here and she's lagged already, I think.
Hello.
Oh no, there she is. I I am seriously like Twitter and even Mike is maybe it was because Coaster Crew left that all of a sudden like or actually I wonder if that's what it was so bad in the just like the entire park left and made it not bad in the evening.
Hello. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's not making any sense.
This.
Your crazy piece of software.
Yeah. Do you hear that echo?
No.
Hello. Hey.
Oh,
Who?
now I do.
That was kind of funny.
Why didn't you go to King's Dominion yesterday, Pam? We were having all kinds of fun without you.
And she's like, I was there with Mike. That's the Coaster Crew. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hey. Let's see if this works. Hi. I'm Airtime Jimmy. Why do you keep putting an exclamation mark at the end of everything you say? I effed up. Bob, I effed up. Don't talk. Just don't talk.
What'd you do?
All right, never mind. Go back. I said not to talk, and you talked. You're killing me.
Huh? I didn't talk.
You said what you do as soon as I heard that.
I I said that before you said not to talk.
I just now heard it. Like when I don't really care actually. I didn't actually. But you definitely said it.
I'm really confused on what happened.
It's all right. Yeah, I told you have to produce. You have to provide it to me. I'm not buying it.
Should get a voice.
If you see its procurement to me, I will happily wear it. But that's the only way.
What if I got you an Intamin hat?
Wear an intimate hat. To an RMC ride.
Actually, if we're gonna be honest, I really want an Intamin shirt, but I can't find anywhere to buy one.
Just make
I
one.
mean,
I can make one.
I mean, I thought I was thinking about it, but I want an actual Intamin. I want a real Intamin one. It has sensor issues in it.
All right, I found one.
An Intamin shirt?
It's not. Yeah, I did. Took me like a matter of 3 seconds.
Oh, that's not a real one.
What do you want it right from the company?
Yeah.
Why?
Because this kind of makes me like this frustrates me. Because I don't like this dude. This dude's making all this money for like putting somebody else's logo on a shirt.
Oh my god. Capitalism.
That's not capitalism. That's like,
That is capitalism, but
that's cheating.
it's not really cheating. I mean, if they really cared, they could step in. It's the same thing with like people making these designs of other rides. I mean, what is it like? Pursuit of Thrills and all them. They do like designs of different rides and
Yeah,
stuff.
but they actually put effort into making those designs. That's different.
But
Like,
it's the
this is
same. I
literally-
mean, they're stealing another person's idea. I mean, it's not their idea.
No, if this was like a play on the Intamin logo, I still wouldn't buy it, but it would be something that would be worthwhile.
You're killing me with your ethics.
All right, how would you feel if somebody took the Coaster Park Toddcast logo and started selling shirts for like $30?
If I was
and they started
making
money?
$20 million per episode I release, would not give 0 Fs whatsoever. So
How would you feel now?
yeah, as a small business, maybe that's a little different, but
I don't know.
I think the imitation is the greatest form of flattery. It's probably Intamin's.
Like this guy literally, his whole shop is T-shirts of.
I mean, there's some cool ones. There's some like where he's took in the design or the front of the car and done something. That's kind of what Pursuit of Thrill does with some of their things.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that, but and ironically,
He looks like an Intamin fanboy. It's like all Intamin. Oh, there's one Steel Vengeance thing.
no, he sells a shirt with Mach, Gerstlauer, B&M.
Oh, and yeah, you can't put their names on there. That's against the law.
I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, I don't want to give him. I mean, I guess I'd make my own before I did that. I guess I should just make my own.
I can make you one. Or if you,
You gotta mark it up $5.
yeah, I'll put it on. I'll put it on the, our shop, and you have to buy it from their Teespring.
Oh God. Did you see it? They don't split shipping anymore.
Yeah.
Or like
per-
it's ridiculous. Like you don't have the benefit of ordering multiple shirts now because they charge you shipping for all of them.
pretty cool. I don't know how our prices. I feel like I didn't.
It didn't used to be like that.
No, I'm saying, I think our prices have gone up. Like I think they might have actually somehow. I was never selling the shirt for $22. That's kind of expensive.
When I went to check out with that one shirt, just one shirt, the total was like 32 something for one T-shirt.
What which one was that? 'Cause
Shipping was like $9.
not for me. I'm buying one for 22 right now. And it's only 40 total for the two I have in my cart.
The 100th episode one was the one I was trying to buy.
Didn't you love how I said that was going to be a limited edition, and then
Yeah, I know.
it's still out.
I still haven't bought it because it's
It's only $20.
put it in your cart.
Proceed to cart. $25.
I mean, how? Why was it so much for me?
I don't know.
I mean, even so, I mean, $25. I don't know.
That's fair for a shirt, I think. Honestly, that's not terrible at all. Oh, wow, my voice crack.
I don't know. That's like, I don't know.
I literally put them down to every product is down to like the bare minimum of like cost to actually make the shirt for like for them.
The thing that frustrates me is the fact that I can't like get combined shipping.
Yeah,
Like
I don't know.
that's the stupid thing because that's the whole reason why I hadn't bought any shirts yet because I was waiting till I could buy a bunch so that I could, only pay shipping once. They don't do that anymore. Literally every single item, like I combined a sticker with 3 shirts. The sticker, they were charging me like $5 shipping on the sticker, even though it was going to go into it like in the same package with shirts.
Yeah, they're doing that for me too as well. But sales tax really not bad.
Well, that part, I mean, West Virginia does have more sales tax than I think than
Yeah, what is your
Virginia
rate?
does. I'm not sure.
The total for 2 shirts here is $49.
I mean, that's still kind of expensive, I think. But
Yeah, it's not.
even so, like it's the whole shipping thing. That's the ridiculous part. Because they're charging you twice for shipping that they're going to put in the same package.
I used to use Spreadshirt, but I don't know why I actually moved from them. There's a reason.
I mean, there's a lot of that's something we should look into. Not even that one, like just something different because it's just really expensive. The combined shipping is a problem because that doing the combined shipping encourages people to buy more shirts.
This is why
Or more
Spreadshirt kind
whatever.
of confused me. They have. I mean, that's not why I left, but this is one of the confusing things. They have like a Spreadshirt, which is like you have your own marketplace e-commerce, and there's also Spreadshop. And I'm like, what the hell is the difference between the two? They have two different distinct products that are kind of very similar. There's a marketplace, and then there's a Spreadshop.
I think one is literally just branding it to yours.
I believe both allow you to brand it to yours. Because I had both at one point.
I don't know.
All right. Well, yeah. That's not something we should be doing right now.
Yeah, we really need to do the show.
Yeah, let's go. I'm just gonna not deal with this today, again.
Oh, the software,
Yeah.
whatever
the
your.
mixer. Wait, hold on. Let me open up the articles. That way I'm ready, and then I'm good.
All right. Let's hope my laptop doesn't freak out. I also have to get used to my mute button being on the opposite side of my desk, which is probably legit probably going to be the hardest thing for me to get used to. Ah.
There lives a certain man in Russia long ago. He was big.
Ugh. What are you doing now?
I was just reading something.
Okay. You're just like, I thought we were like starting and you just kind of zoned out.
No, I'm reading I was reading one of the articles you posted, so I can actually. I didn't end up reading it yet, so I was just really quickly zooming through it.
All right. Let's see what happens here. Oh wait, let me start. I forgot I don't have any of my directory. This is 143.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's the Mr. Rogers. What can we call this in the Mr. Rogers episode?
I guess we could.
You know about that, right?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that like his weight or something, or his height?
Well, yeah. So the 143 was, it was "I love you." It was the letters in each one, and he liked that number, and he kept his weight at 143 because of that. It's actually an official day in Pennsylvania. It's May 23rd.
All right, Bob. Stop
All right.
talking nonsense. Let's go.
closing a few tabs real quick, and then okay. Sorry, I'm still getting used to like I don't have things set up the way I want. All right. 3, 2.
Welcome back, everyone. Oh my God. Never mind.
That sounded really bad.
What? Welcome back.
Yeah.
Thank you. I try.
Well, you recognized it yourself, so. Take 2.
Hola, nosotros No.
3, 2.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to another. Oh. Nope. Too loud. I thought I got the shit ready, but I didn't. That was really loud. Let's try that. Hi, I'm testing the audio. Hopefully I'm not blowing out someone's speakers right now. All right, that sounds good. All right, that looks good. So let's go with that. 68. All right.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready now. Oh, never mind.
3, 3, 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to another week of Coaster Talk Podcast. This is episode 143 of the show. It is October 25th, most likely, as we're recording this on the 24th. So hopefully the day after, Monday.
For another 20 minutes anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Typically, we record on Thursday nights. This has been an abnormal week for us due to conflicts for school with me. But yeah, we had to reschedule to Sunday. I think it's gonna work out all right. So not too big of an impact. You guys should still be receiving the episode at roughly the same time you do.
Well, I mean, if they're listening to it, then they've already received it whenever.
Receiving it.
That's
2
kind of
months
the
from
odd
now,
thing about
maybe,
doing a
but-
podcast is you have to like talk in this weird like, wait, past, present, future.
different
like, what's
tenses.
the tense? The tenses get weird when
Exactly.
you're actually recording a podcast.
Because you're talking to future audience, but you're talking about things that are happening right now. Like it's odd, yeah. Like half the news stories we're talking about right now, and in a year from now, people are gonna be listening to this and going, "Oh man, that's way done. What are they talking about? This sounds odd to hear, brand new, and you know."
I know, and with sometimes the way the coaster industry, it's kind of it's kind of interesting.
Coasters could open that were supposed to open 3 years ago, in a year and from now.
Indeed.
They could. Yeah, there was an event this weekend that actually went to one of those parks, Busch Gardens, Williamsburg. There was a Coaster Crew event in Virginia. And I was able to be present at the King's Dominion Day of the Coaster Crew event. And I'm also an ACE member, so I had heard of the ACE event that happened last week, Thrill Fest, which I've participated in before. Really, I don't know what you've, in your collection of ERTs, I don't know what your kind of conclusion is with the kind of attitude Acers take, but it's never
Oh,
like,
I
it's
got a
very
story for you
solemn. It's
coming up.
very, I'm sure. I think I might know what you're talking about. But it just overall, it's always very like solemn and kind of quiet. And I mean, some people might be clapping, but it's very. I don't think ACRT I've typically gotten. It's just like let's
Yeah.
get as many rides as possible. The Coaster Crew event was, without a doubt, the most fun, other than like Hollywood Nights, because that's an event of its own. But other than that, that was some of the most fun I've seen a group of individuals. Even like Phoenix Wild Fun Fest that we were just at,
And-
Coaster Crew was just going nuts. Every train nonstop until the very last train of ERT, which
Yeah,
only
and
had like
that's the
3 people
thing.
on it. They were all screaming and cheering and whistling. It was amazing.
Yeah, you and I talked about this a little bit, and you were explaining this, and that's kind of what I started realizing. I mean, I've recently kind of been a little bit hard on Ace, and like I have very mixed emotions with Ace. Sometimes, like I just feel like sometimes they're just so stagnant, and they just don't like. I used to kind of defend them when people say like, "Oh, they're just like all the old guys," and yet I would go to events and I would see like, no, there's more than just old guys there. But the more that I'm starting to realize it, it's almost like it's not necessarily old guys in a technical sense. It's more in like attitude. It just seems like Ace doesn't, I don't know, they don't get excited about coasters like
One might
it,
say
it
they're not enthusiastic about them
yeah,
sometimes.
well
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. But it always confused me because it was to me it always seemed weird like when like the events like Hollywood Nights and um like I guess Winter Trail Out isn't actually an enthusiast event, but I guess that's probably Cedar Fair fanboys. We'll leave that one alone. But but Hollywood
let's
Nights
not go down
and like
that
Fun Fall Fest, like
rabbit hole.
there's so much energy and it like I never really could figure out the disconnect, but I never actually stopped to think that oh, there's all these other coaster clubs, and that's kind. Sometimes I wonder if it was that because I was in the Ace bubble that I
Yeah.
didn't really think about all that. But now I'm like starting to realize like this, I don't know. Like I Coaster Crew, I've been following Coaster Crew on Twitter for a while, and they just seem to. I let me let me be clear. They make some pretty bad jokes at times, but aside from that, they just actually they seem to have that energy. They be more about, and like the posts that you see out of a lot of regions is more procedural. But even in that, like there's the whole issue of like which which we're going to talk about a little bit later again, which nobody will be shocked about. There's more news out of Conneaut Lake, but like that's the whole thing. Like when Ace finally spoke up about Conneaut Lake, like they haven't been involved in that. Like that's if you're procedural, like why aren't you there? Like that's okay. This is where you're good. Go.
Yeah.
You're not doing it. Why? Like you're not even good at what you're supposed to be good at. What it's just kind of been that frustrating thing for. But yeah, so I do have to tell you about the story that this weekend. On Friday, I was actually part of a video shoot that Escape Visuals was doing at Hershey Park. And Ace actually sent out an email. It was one of those like, hey, if you can do this, respond quickly before they fill up. Like that.
Yeah.
I kind of had that feeling. So I like responded immediately and they added me to the list and I got on there. So this was, for the most part, this was all Acers.
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, and it really kind of seemed that way as well. But here's the thing. This email said, like, it basically was like, your job, you have one job. It's to ride Candemonium for 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You knew that going into it, right? I'm not kidding you. By the time the event ended, we were down to like a quarter train because everybody was tapping out. Like, oh, I can't ride anymore. I'm done.
Why does it not surprise
Like,
me?
what? I was just shocked. I mean, like, and it's not even like it was like a rough coaster. Like we're talking a B&M Hyper. Like this is like this is as calm and smooth as it gets. Like what? Yeah, it just kind of shocked me. Like I was like, no, let's ride some more. But I do have to say that the video shoot was really cool. It was a really cool experience of just riding over and over again. But like they would move people around and they would do different things. But we just got to ride with drones flying over top of us, and we got to see some of the cool drones they used. And there's some pretty impressive stuff. I actually talked to Christian at Escape Visuals. We might actually try to have him on the podcast if we can make that work. But yeah, it was a really cool event, and it was a great day at Hershey Park too. I stayed when the park opened. It got really busy for the first hour that the park was open, and then it just cleared out. I rode Storm Runner like 6 times in a row.
Nice.
And then I went to Skyrush. I rode, give or take a ride, it was like 20 rides I rode in an hour and a half on Skyrush.
Nice. That's very good.
I was literally to the point where like, okay, I need to sit in the middle. Like, I love it. I want to keep riding it, but I do kind of move myself to the bit.
Nah, bro. I
Instead
would
of,
have been.
like-
I would have been up there in the back all day. My legs falling off.
oh, let me assure you, my legs were. The middle is not that much different than the back, but oh man, it was a lot of fun. It was enjoyable, which was a lot different than King's Dominion was yesterday.
Yeah, you got to go to King's Dominion for the first time in 2.5 years or something.
I don't think it's been 2.5 years.
I think it might have been. When was your last visit? 2019? Did you go in 2020? You didn't go
No.
in 2020, did you? Did you go to Taste of the Season? That was the only option during 2020. I don't think you did. Because Taste of the Season,
Maybe I
there
haven't.
was no coasters open during Taste of the Season.
Oh my God, has it really been that long?
Yeah. It would have been like maybe 2 years, not 2.5, but 2019. December of 2019, Winterfest.
It would have been New Year's Eve,
Yeah.
2019 to 2020. No, I feel like I stopped there.
Bob, I don't
Maybe
think
not.
you did. I'm pretty sure this is your first time visiting since 2019,
Well, they were they closed all of 2020?
except for Taste of the Season. They had the winter event that they
I
did.
thought they opened in but they had Winterfest, right?
No, it was
They
not.
just didn't.
It was called Taste of the Season, and they didn't open up. They didn't open up Twisted. I think they only had Rebel Yell open because I rode Rebel Yell. They had the Carousel open. I went. I definitely went, but that's because I'm 25 minutes away. But
Yeah.
I don't believe you went. I would have gone with you if you'd gone, and we did not go.
Yeah. I guess it has been that long. Wow. I mean, I knew it's been a while, but holy crap. I didn't realize it's been that long.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's like an epiphany here.
You're sure of 2020 Winterfest? They didn't have any winter.
They had something in winter. Yes, they did.
Like, but I thought they had the Winterfest. I felt like they had Winterfest, but they didn't have the New Year's Eve.
No, it was called a Taste of the Season last year, and it was kind of different because they didn't have the same rides and attractions.
All right. Well, if you're correct,
Yeah, I mean, I literally went to the event, so if I'm incorrect, maybe I'm in an alternate universe.
I may be in the alternate universe as well.
Maybe I was in the
Well,
Stain Bears. I don't know, but
yes, we need quick look up Bernstein Bears. Which way is it?
yeah.
That's how you know which parallel universe you're in.
I mean, here's a Coaster 101 article about the Taste of the Season outdoor holiday experience. So that definitely happened. They had the COVID screenings, and they had none of the same rides were open. They didn't have Twisted open. They typically have Twisted open during Winterfest. They didn't have it open during Taste of the Season. It was just Rebel Yell, and they might have Dominator open, but actually, no, I don't think they did. I don't remember if they had Dominator open, but it wasn't Twisted like normal. I know that because I wanted to ride Twisted. I was like, yay, I get to ride Twisted. It's only been a year since I've ridden it. So I'm like, it won't be as big as a buffer as like I-305, which would have been like later in 2021 when I would ride it. Or 2020. Yeah, 2021. So.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
It's amazing. We spent maybe 5 minutes discussing whether or not it's been 2 years or not.
I know because it's shocking to me, but that's right. I mean, I guess it was August, West Virginia, and I guess I don't remember driving to King's Dominion specifically
Yeah.
from West Virginia. So, I mean, I definitely went to Busch Gardens
Yes, you did.
once.
That was
since I moved
because
to
they were
West Virginia.
open earlier. They opened up earlier than Kings Dominion did.
Yeah. Wow, that's interesting. Anyway, yeah. Well,
Because-
what a day to come back to.
Don't you recall? Yeah. One more time. Don't you recall? That was kind of Hyde's. Like he was not Hyde. That was people just on Twitter in general. I think Hyde might have mentioned it, But they were all like, why isn't Cedar Fair opening up any other parks? And then we talked about Carowinds opening up for their winter event tis the season, and then Kings Dominion followed
Yeah.
suit and opened up for the winter event because we were all like, Cedar Fair's just not going to open any other parks this year. They're just going to keep them all
I
shut.
do.
So yeah,
Yeah, the more I think about it, I am starting to remember that.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the more I think about it, I actually do remember like my 2020 pass. The only like I didn't go in 2020 to any Cedar Fair park. Because I remember thinking that because I'm actually really glad. I remember thinking whenever Canada's Wonderland extended their passes another year, I remember kind of being relieved because at least that gave me like I felt like I got more because I hadn't gone to a Cedar Fair park
Mm-hmm.
at all in 2020. Yeah.
What an
so-
infamous return, Bob.
Yeah.
I mean,
Kings Dominion hits capacity because I bring the crowds apparently.
yeah. that was nuts. They hit the capacity. The park was, I mean, hammered. I mean, it was slammed. There was so many individuals in line for every single attraction, every single food venue, everything. I mean,
Yeah,
it was
it was-
ridiculous.
It was insane. I will say this, and of course, you split off from me when I
Yeah.
did this, but I went to ride I-305. I went like that was honest to God. My reason for going was for an I-305 night ride, so like I had to get it no matter what.
Yeah.
I will discuss how well ops are performing, how well they're doing. I will comment on bad ops.
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall ever there being a moment that I was actually pissed off about horrible operations until last night at I-305. For about like when I got in line, they weren't doing the best. I wasn't upset. I was like, I wish they would get moving faster, but like whatever.
It was tolerable, yeah.
And then there was like this defining moment where I literally had thought that the ride broke down. No, they just suddenly got that bad at dispatching trains. They were literally taking 5 minutes or longer per dispatch. I'd never seen operations like that in my life. Not even on Kennywood's worst day had I ever seen operations that bad. It was just unreal. From the point where the line splits to go to the front seat.
Mm-hmm.
That's like on a busy day, that's probably what 15 minutes max.
Yeah.
Shouldn't even, but when you're waiting for the back, that should be less than 10 minutes from that point.
Yep.
45 minutes it took me. 45 minutes to get from that point to the time that I boarded the train. I just couldn't believe it. I could not believe. I was angry.
I can tell a little bit.
Yes. Other than that, I really enjoyed
That is
it.
absurd, but yeah.
I think King's Dominion does a really good haunt. I mean, even though like you're not going to hear me talk about scare zones and mazes because I don't do that stuff. I don't like that stuff, but
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I do enjoy the park atmosphere,
Mm-hmm.
and that was certainly there, and it was really good.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the Twisted Ride Ops too. They were doing a good job.
They weren't doing bad.
Yeah.
There were a few moments. It got rough for a little bit, but no, for the most part, they were doing pretty good. I mean, I really seriously, you have to work to be as bad as I-305 was last night.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like you have to try to be that bad to actually be that bad.
And how was your Twisted Timbers ride? We didn't actually ever talk about how did it end up.
It was good.
Good?
It was Twisted Timbers in the dark. I love it. It's still my favorite RMC.
Okay, I wanted to. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Yeah.
Still absolutely my favorite RMC. I really wish I could have rode it again. That's actually why I was getting so pissed at I-305 was because my whole plan was to go back to ride Twisted Timbers again. Yeah, didn't happen. I literally heard as we were coming in like hit as we hit the brake run, I heard the park announcement that the park is now closed. I was mad. I was so mad.
That kind of if you'd just gotten there like 10 minutes earlier, you might have been able to run over to Twisted.
I know, and I had no inkling that I wasn't going to make Twisted Timbers.
Yeah.
Who would have expected it to take 45 minutes to get on the ride from the split? Like, oh my God, it was unreal.
That is irritating. All right, well, staying on the Cedar Fair side of things, so let's divulge into some news because we definitely hit some of the key points of our week, some of the low points of our week. Twisted Timbers Ride Ops, you know where you fall. Cedar Fair, Cedar Point in particular, the Cedar Point, Sandusky area, Cedar Point, Cedar Fair, have a private partnership that has now instated like this brand new agreement, and that's kind of instating that Cedar Fair is committed to the Sandusky area because there was this whole big scare like a year ago where Sandusky was freaking out that Cedar Fair was relocating to Charlotte. And,
Because they were.
yeah, and they weren't going to be investing as heavily in the area, and that has now kind of been dissipated a bit because Cedar Fair has announced a potentially $100 million deal because we don't actually know it's a potential figure right now, but it's gonna contain a lot of different investments, a new causeway, a new recreation center for city residents. It's gonna have naming. Cedar Fair will have naming rights. That's why it's included in this deal. There's also a theater, I believe, that Cedar Fair might have naming rights to. They're gonna have a water taxi system that provides transportation to Cedar Point, which there's gonna be like a 1031 land swamp
and the pier and the different areas that the taxi's going to go to, which is interesting.
Yeah, and then there's just going to be other economic development that we don't necessarily know the exact precise nature of yet. But
And this is kind of an interesting take on how things like Sandusky was freaking out because
it's an interesting development. Yeah, this is kind of out of left field, I feel like.
Well, I mean, it is, but it isn't. Like, it's not shocking that something came out of it, but it's,
I'm surprised this is what came out of it, though.
yeah, that's the interesting thing. In some ways, I think a lot of people kind of expected this Cedar Fair to just say whatever, like
peace.
We don't. Yeah, like
that's exactly what I thought.
I mean, Cedar Point's we're not moving Cedar Point, obviously.
Exactly.
But the thing is they still are moving corporate offices to Charlotte. They're just not moving all corporate offices to Charlotte. And it seems like the interesting, like
I don't know if Cedar.
I don't understand the whole. I don't understand the whole legal side of this, but basically, by keeping certain parts of corporate in Sandusky, then tax dollars for all of Cedar Fair kind of flow through Sandusky as well.
Yeah, I think that's true.
So somehow that generates
But I also
more
think Sandusky was more worried about just in general the economic development that would come out of, the economic decline they could go through without Cedar Fair like committed to Cedar Point and investing in the property. If they were just gonna leave it, kind of like they've done with Kings Dominion, just leave it in the dust. What does that mean for this town that is solely developed based like Richmond? The Richmond area is not dependent on Kings Dominion, really. I mean, it's a really nice added bonus, but Richmond has a ton of economic opportunities. I mean, they have the Redskins training camp. They have, the airport, Richmond International Airport. I mean, they have everything. They have a huge, but Sandusky doesn't have that. So they were kind of like, crap, if you guys leave and just let the ship sink, what are we going to do? What are we as a town going to do? And I think this is like, while it is still maybe a little worrisome that some corporate offices are moving, they're still like, all right, we're set. They're planning on continuing to develop the area, which is great.
I think Sandusky partially was overreacting, but not. That's not to say that there was.
I think the overreaction was so that something like this would be yielded.
It could be.
I think it might have been a strategic overreaction, like, oh, hey, let's blow this out of proportion so we can get something for our town. Let's gain something out of this. Because I thought at the time too, corporate offices moving doesn't really mean that Cedar Point's just not like it. Almost seemed like they, like you said, like they were gonna pick Cedar Point up with a helicopter and just move it somewhere
Right,
else. Like
yeah.
that's not what's gonna happen. The park's still gonna be
Well,
there. There's still
and
gonna be
that's where
wealth
that's what this
generated from it.
boils down to, though, is when Cedar Fair's, we're not talking about Cedar Point, Cedar Fair's
Corporate,
offices
yes,
being in Sandusky. That means that all of the revenue for the entire corporation flows through Sandusky.
correct.
So that's what they were concerned about, is like, this is going to be a lot of tax dollars that all of a sudden is going to go to Charlotte and
Yes,
Sandusky.
but I don't think
And
the
that was their big concern.
I don't think it didn't seem to me that that was ever the plan. Is just to move every single corporate office. It seemed like they were just relocating certain people to the Charlotte area.
I see they weren't real clear about that, and I'm not so sure that that wasn't. I don't know that for sure, but what I think what this what it boils
Either way,
down
they got
to
the commitment
is-
out of them that they're going to
yeah,
stay in Sandusky. So, or at
I
least the
think
corporate
this
presence will be held in Sandusky.
this is the big this is from Cedar Fair's point of view. This was the issue. Logistically, when you have executives coming into the corporate offices, Sandusky's a pain in the butt. Like, what
yeah,
do you
I agree.
do?
I mean,
Like,
Charlotte, you have
like you want
International
somewhere that has a
Airport.
lot of transportation.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And Sandusky didn't have any of that, and it was getting difficult for them to function, which was why
which is
Charlotte.
why I think it might have just been certain individuals, like
And that's
C-level
that's possible.
individuals,
It's-
possibly. Yeah, I don't know. But again, it doesn't matter. Either way, Cedar Fair has agreed that they're going to maintain a corporate presence, and I think that's partially, in my opinion, because they were already planning on it. So they're like, all right, we'll do that.
It
Sure,
could be.
why not? We'll agree to that. I mean, if it wasn't
But,
strategically in their benefit, I don't know why they would. They would do everything else and then just not agree to that term. Be like, yeah, we're just, we're still going to invest. We're
think-
still going to have economic development. Blah blah
And
blah
a
blah.
lot of this economic development seriously has a lot of benefits to Cedar Point. The new
I agree.
causeway system, like one of the biggest problems of Cedar Point is there's not really access to Cedar Point from Sandusky unless
Mm-hmm.
you get in a car and drive there. And the new causeway is supposed to rectify that issue.
Yep.
They're not really sure how they're doing it yet. It's still like they're still developing it. There was a tweet from somebody in Sandusky. I forget who. I'm sorry. If you look at my retweets, you should find it. But they were saying that the most likely way they're going to do this is replace or renovate the current causeway. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's the way it's going to go. That is a big need, because I know there's been a lot of frustration. I actually remember in the theme park communities basically saying like, hey, I want to ride my bike to Cedar Point. Like, how do I get there? Like,
Correct.
and it was kind of becoming this like,
yeah, we
you
talked
can't.
about that, and we had like a group chat that we're in, and we actually,
Yeah.
I remember someone sent that, like there was an article or something pertaining to it, or I think it might have been a Facebook post. Where do I put my bike at Cedar Point? Yeah, and there was like nowhere
Yeah.
to put it.
And it was like yeah, I remember like part of it was like, oh, you could go down Cedar Point Road, but then there's logistic issues there. Like it was just interesting. Like you really can't. Like you almost have to like get an Uber to go across the bridge. It's kind of dumb. So it's cool to see that'll be rectified. And I mean, a lot of new stuff coming into Sandusky, but like that all I think kind of can benefit Cedar Point as well. Especially with Cedar Point is, and I've been saying it for a while. I think the Cedar Point is not going to be Cedar Fair's thrill park flagship park. I don't think that's their future intention. I think it's going to be more of a resort, a place that you go and spend a few days. I don't want to compare it to Disney, but it's that idea. Like, it's not going to be
Yeah.
Disney, but it's going to be like a very smaller version of Disney in a sense, where you come and you stay and you experience the water park on one day, the thrill park or the theme park at the time, whatever it is, on another day, and then you just hang out at the beach and and then go to the boardwalk and stuff like that. Like, this is going to be a multi-day thing.
Yeah, it's more of a resort.
Right, exactly. And I think this kind of all fits into
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I agree. I think that's what this park should be. Honestly, like I don't like. I think that's what this park would most benefit. Yeah, like from is being
Yeah.
a park like that. Um, Building all these coasters has been great, and it's helped shape who they are now, and they've built a name for themselves. But I don't know if they can continue with that. Um, they could, but I don't know uh, how what the revenue would be from that in terms of that versus investing in, like you say, more like a resort style attractions in general. Just whatever that may
Yeah.
be, water park stuff. So from a business aspect, this is definitely probably the best route, and that's obviously what they've chosen to kind of gear towards because they're doing so. So it must make fiscal sense for them to do so.
Yeah.
Um,
I think I'm gonna make a quick bold prediction, but I think that if we see any coasters coming to Cedar Point in the next um I'll say 5 or 10 years, I think we're gonna see them all be family coasters with low height requirements because that's what they're missing
in
the
25
most.
years, Cedar Point's gonna open up some new thrill coaster, and someone's gonna be like, "Bob, Bob, they did it! 25 years, they told you."
I mean, I could be wrong, but I think the Cedar Point, like they don't need any more thrill coasters right now, and they do desperately need something for that middle, like the under 48 inches, but like too old for Kittyland.
Mhm.
They don't have anything for that demographic right now, and I think you're gonna see that whether it be like Gravity Group or uh, SNS or Vekoma,
Gerstlauer, they have a good family
Family
coaster.
Coaster.
Hmm.
Yeah. I think that's the kind of stuff that we're gonna see. I know all you enthusiasts are yelling, no, no, big whatever. I mean, we all know they're not gonna build an Intamin, so but I know there's all these dreams of what, Cedar Point, like, no, they're gonna keep giving us these massive coasters. I don't think they are. I don't think that's what they're meant for anymore.
Hmm. I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate on that. I don't necessarily disagree. I don't necessarily agree. I'm gonna stay kind of. I'm gonna stay middle of the road here because I think it's too early to kind of tell what they're doing, especially with COVID. We're just coming out of COVID. I know that they had
Oh
stated
yeah.
beforehand we're looking at like more water park driven investments, but I don't know what's
Well, here
changed, what's
I'll be
altered.
honest with you. Still Vengeance. Okay. Don't look at this from the mechanical standpoint, like the technical, like they couldn't have built Still Vengeance if Mean Streak wasn't there. Um, how best to word this? We would have not have seen anything like Still Vengeance actually hit Cedar Point had they not been in a situation that Mean Streak had put them in. Like the only reason why I think we ended up with that, I don't think that they would have actually built a coaster on that level at the time they built Still Vengeance. But because they had Mean Streak and they wanted to do something with it, I think that's the only reason why we saw that major thrill coaster get built.
Mm.
I
Yeah, I
I
don't know if I agree with that, but
I don't know. I don't know this for sure, but my feeling is Valraven probably would have been the end of the major thrill coasters had it not just been the logistics of Mean Streak still being there.
sure. I mean, I know what you're saying. I don't know if that's necessarily true, and it's nothing we'll ever
No, we'll never
discover.
know.
So we'll never know
But that's
exactly.
just that's I
That's your
I
gut
really
feeling.
yeah, I really feel that way.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Cedar Fair is a interesting company to examine right now. I don't know necessarily what direction they're headed in. I don't know if they're gonna.
I don't know that
And
they know.
the thing is,
COVID changed so many things, and
exactly.
then with the leadership changes, like all of this I'm still going on what I thought 5 years ago, and it's possible that things have changed since then with the
Dramatically,
new
yeah.
leadership. Um, so that might be a case, but I think if anything, I think we're going to drift further away from the thrill views as what I'm at, where Cedar Fair is just like, nope, it's all Monster Jam now.
in Tumbili. Uh,
Yeah. God.
all right. Well, Cedar Fair. They are staying in Sandusky, and Six Flags America staying in Upper Malibu, Maryland.
They are.
They're not moving. They're not gonna lift the park up with a helicopter.
No.
But there are going to be some changes at the park.
A lot of really good changes
Yes,
too.
indeed. It'll still be there for you to visit, though. Roar is going to be retracked.
I'm so excited. Okay, sorry.
And I don't know. People are having misinterpretations of this. I feel it's the park president, Richard Pretlow, I believe is his name. Who I think is awesome. He seems like he's really a really great park president. He seems really concerned and invested in maintaining older classic rides. He said that in the post. It also expanding where it needs to be expanded, improving things like he was talking about park benches and trash cans. He realizes that it's small things that can change a park too, not just these huge capital investments. But either way, my interpretation is he said there's going to be a full wood retrack of Roar. And then he goes on to go, we have looked at steel opportunities. However, a full steel would be obviously too expensive. So I think the conclusion is it's Titan Track or what is it? What is RMC, the 1020 or whatever, the 220?
Yeah, I
whatever they call their Titan Track ripoff thing. It's basically just iBlocks. I don't
How
understand.
ironic. It's a ripoff of their own ripoff. Like,
exactly.
Whatever.
They ripped off a product that someone else.
He said like that. He said, Roar needs it. It's gonna get a retrack. Like that's what that was flat out.
I believe he was talking about his maintenance director was calling him up every week or so saying Roar had to go down.
What his actual wording was after he said that is he said, "Let me be clear, wood."
Yes.
So he wanted to stress to people, this is not getting an RMC. Like it's not being RMC. Thank God, I'm so relieved. Like that was my biggest fear about Six Flags America was that they were going to RMC Roar, and like I love Roar so much. But he went on to say that they are looking into some of the steel product replacements just for the very high stress areas.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So, which he's describing Titan Track.
Yeah.
So, and that's not a guaranteed thing.
220.
But here's the thing. I would love to see Gravity Group come in and work their magic on it. But I'm more than happy if it's just a few areas the Titan Track and that's minimal, then I mean I'm really happy about that. Just like I don't want to see it
of approval.
Yes, you have my approval. I would love to see it remain all wood, but rather than lose the coaster.
In the grand scheme of things, it's a good opportunity to keep the ride mostly intact. Yeah.
And that's not. They don't even know for sure they're doing that. They're just looking
that was
into
just
that.
an opportunity.
They do know that they're getting retracked. It's getting retracked. That's for sure. We just don't know yet if they're going to use.
We don't know what it all entails. What that really means right now. What kind of retracking we're going to see. Wild One is also going to be repainted over the season.
Indeed.
Which is great. That needs it. It's definitely starting to show its age. I mean, what is it? 120 years old.
It's old. It's up there. Yeah.
It's old. So definitely like it's starting to fade a bit, but so that'll liven up that ride structure.
They actually also already have put a new lighting package on it too.
Correct.
Which I haven't seen in person because I haven't been there at night.
The way I think is Eric in the video, like is in charge of rides and operations, I believe. The way he was describing it, it's really great. So it's like the whole structure is purple. So.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And also the carousel was getting a light package for next year, I believe.
Yes, that is also that same firm that gave Wild One its lighting package will be giving the carousel, which is the flying carousel is their swings ride.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Do they actually have a carousel, an actual carousel?
No, I don't. I think they have a kitty carousel. I don't think they do have one. I believe they have one that's like animal themed or whatever, but it's in the kitty area.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking
If
about
I'm
that.
remembering
like-
correctly. Now I'm. Yes, they do. Yes, and it's animal themed. Got it. Nailed it. Yes. Look at that.
Good job, James.
Look at that. And yeah. So, but that's not the ride that's getting the lighting package.
Right. It's the flying carousel, which I neglect. I think I actually just said carousel. I meant to say flying carousel.
Yeah.
And then they also had just replaced the launch on Joker's Jinx, I believe.
Mhm.
They did something on Joker's. They replaced something on Joker's Jinx. I'm pretty sure he said launch.
I believe it's launch. Yes.
So a lot of TLC stuff, which is awesome. And he actually did say, here's another thing. He said not to expect a new ride for 3 to 5 years
Yeah.
because they want to focus on making sure that what they have works really well, and everything is like they are really focusing on the experience.
They just repainted Superman, the station, and the Q house, and they said
Well, I think
next year could be potentially an entire retheme of the ride itself.
Did he say retheme? I think he said that they
Repaint,
were
excuse me.
potentially changing the station.
And the station just got painted. They just had finished painting it at the time of this video, October 20th, whenever. That's when it looks like this video was published. And then
Okay.
they're gonna talk about repainting the actual structure and the ride itself.
So
next year.
here's the this is the interest. There's nothing solid one. But if I read between the lines, this is kind of what I'm picking up on, and I really hope is the case. I'm really hoping that the way they're wording this means that Batwing is going to remain for a while, and they're actually going to work on doing more solid refurb on Batwing to make it more reliable and actually make sure they keep it around, which
Mhm.
that makes me happy as well.
Had we been here, probably would have asked that question. I thought you were
Yeah.
going to go to this event, Bob. This would have been perfect for you.
I almost did. It really was. And then I let the last minute, and I just was like, "Yeah, whatever." I really wish I would have now.
I know. You could have gotten. I mean, they had like the full team up there, like director of
I know.
merchandise, director of like all these different, so not directors, but operating directors, up there, and
I know.
yeah, they were answering all the
I'm really.
questions.
Believe me, I've already been kicking myself over this.
I'm disappointed I didn't go either, and I wasn't even planning on it.
I mean, I did actually experience Oscar's Wacky Taxi that day, though. So
yeah,
I don't
that
know.
might made up for it.
I mean, the hype is real. I will say that is real.
I do have to say, I really am impressed with Richard Pretlow. I didn't.
Yeah.
I think he really has the great mindset. Like I wish he would be coming down to Kings of Dominion or Busch Gardens. Like I really like where his mind's at, and I
SeaWorld
think
could
he
use
seems
something.
like a very good a good leader.
Yeah. So far, I'm impressed.
Hmm.
Six Flags as a whole, I think, is actually impressing me.
Hmm. They seem to have been hiring some very good people. Because now I know at least 2 park presidents that I really like, and there's one that I don't like, and I don't I don't think you like him either. Not really president, but owner, I guess might be the better term for him. Todd.
Oh, I thought you were still talking about Six Flags.
No, I was trying to make a segue.
Okay.
That was You
It was
suck.
a perfect segue. I screwed it up. I'm
You
sorry.
did. You did. All right. Well, the owner of Conneaut Lake, Todd Joseph.
This guy, man.
He's kind of he's the private property equivalent of a general manager, park president. He operates the park. He oversees its operations. Also owns it.
He is a slum lord
Yeah. So
with a maybe not so much slum. Yeah, he's a real estate tycoon. Oh, horrible one at that. So, yeah, okay. If you don't ever look at our show notes and click on the links, please click on this link and read this letter
Yeah.
that Todd Joseph wrote. Because, oh my God, this guy,
It's rough.
it's
But
really rough.
also, if it's true, all right, we talked about Carol Anderson like a month ago when we talked about her being banned from the park, and we were like, it has to be just him completely being an ass and banning her because of her civil disobedience, or for kind of fighting against the park itself. If it's true that what is actually in the letter, that's the only thing in this letter
Yeah.
that I
So
might actually understand.
he says that she actually assaulted his wife physically.
Yes,
If that's true, then okay.
he does say he
But
has police reports as well to verify.
right, but okay. I don't doubt that there's police reports. I really would like to know what those police reports actually say, because the thing is if you call the police, there's a police report.
Correct.
That doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily mean that something happened. And this is the thing. This is what I'm gathering off of the way Todd Joseph is behaving, is he is making a spectacle out of everything in this moment. So he takes a truth, he can and expands on it. That I don't like. I don't know. We don't know one way or the other. But just in everything that has happened with Todd Joseph, the guy could completely be lying about what those police reports are saying. That's what I'm going to leave this at. Like, just because there's police reports that exist, that is not proof that
I agree.
his
I
wife
don't
was
think you could use
actually
that as a
assaulted.
defensible argument if
But he knows that nobody's going to actually see. Like,
it seems to me
that-
like he's saying, if you really want to see, we have police reports to verify this.
right? But I think he's calling bluff, which I think is stupid. But
I
either
don't
way,
know.
but see, then the fact
either
that he
way.
goes in to say, "Oh, the amount of the lawsuit will exceed $1 million," like that is just chest bumping. Like it's like beating your chest. Like, oh, I'm gonna get $1 million from this. Like, yeah, I guarantee they probably don't even have $1 million. Like what? Like that to me just feels like more spectacle. Like, oh, and that's $1 million that you're gonna spend to tear down more of the park, right? And he says that their actions. This is the worst part about this. There are so many grammar and spelling errors in this letter
Yeah.
that it
Apparently
doesn't.
from a
So,
lawyer that he hired as well. I mean,
well, no, the lawyer sent a separate. We don't have because the interesting thing, you can see this says page 2 of 2. We don't have page 1 of 2, which I guess was the lawyer's.
okay, I
Letter.
thought this was written up by
No,
the lawyer.
this was actually. Oh my God, that'd have been a story. But the fact that the lawyer let him put this in there with this level.
Either way, it had to go through the lawyers.
Like, you would think the lawyer would say, "Can you run spell check on this first, please?" Like,
yeah, how hard
so
is it?
their
How hard is it
their
to get
actions
Google
in
Docs
there-
up there and get spell check? I mean,
right,
come on.
exactly. So he's saying that they're impeding them from renovating this property, but the whole complaint that actually sparked this whole thing is that Todd Joseph has put up barriers and fences that are actually preventing residents from getting to their own property. And like, so the reality is he is actually impeding the residents, but now he's making a claim that the residents are impeding him from renovating his park, which he seems to be having no trouble doing because we know that they're tearing down stuff. That's the whole point. So apparently he's able to do stuff. I don't know, but he goes on to say, we are changing out 80-year-old rides from modern attraction. These people do not want this. They want status quo, which has separate sentence, which has not worked for 30 years. This is why this property and business went into bankruptcy. No, it's not. The reason why it went into bankruptcy was because it had really bad management. Look at the history. And he said why it has changed owners time and time again. it hasn't really been time and time again. In the scheme
Like
of I mean,
3 or 4 times, right?
like yeah, over a course of a few decades. I mean,
Yeah.
corporate parks are changing hands faster than that. Like what's I don't understand what that is. But here is here is the sentence. What they are doing is selfish. Young kids and families do not want to come to this park as is because of how outdated and old it is. Yet these 80-year-olds want it this way for their own selfish reason. So there you have it. It's not selfish to tear down a park that everybody loves or a roller coaster that,
For personal gain and wealth.
yeah, that is not selfish. But if you want to try to prevent somebody from doing that, that's selfish.
Yeah, and the community as a whole comes together
Right.
to fight that person collectively for everyone's for the communal gain, which is the exact antonym of selfish. That's selfish. Like this, yeah.
It's a yeah.
I mean, because the great thing about this is if you actually go to the article. So this was actually, again, this I don't know if we actually ever said this. This was in a letter to Judge Jeffrey Deller, which is where the motion was filed with his U.S. bankruptcy court. And this is, Todd said that you have no jurisdiction over me. This is, this holds no this value.
Yeah.
This is a sham kind of. That's what he was kind of saying in this letter. And he's saying, he's at the very end, he says, put a stop to the nonsense from these people. But this is where, I don't know what I was going to say. I had this whole thing I was going to say. All right, well, never mind.
So what's going on is
That's pretty
basically
epic. I switched tabs and I forget what I'm saying.
So basically the bankruptcy judge is now like saying, hold up, what the hell is going on here? It's kind of interesting because I don't know what the legal standing is on this.
Oh, wait, hold up. I know what I was going to say. If you go to this article, because I just saw the picture. If you go to the article and you see the people protesting the rides, like protesting for Blue Streak, Save Blue Streak, there's a guy standing out front of Blue Streak. They're all young. None of them are 80s. None of them are 80-year-olds. Right. They're all like in their 30s and 40s. Like he's about 40 years off of these people's ages. So at least get them right. Get their ages right. If they're going to be selfish, get them. The 40-year-olds are selfish. But literally the first girl that's holding a sign that says Save Our Blue Streak is easily in the 30s or 40s. In her 30s or 40s. So, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Contradicting himself left and right.
It's definitely not I don't understand what the 80-year-old thing reference is. I mean, I'm sure there's probably older people that say, hey, we want the park to be like our memories have. But the thing is that the people that like Conneaut Lake and want to go to Conneaut Lake want to go there because of the old-fashioned feel. There is no way that you're going to turn Conneaut Lake into a park that competes with Kennywood or Cedar Point or Six Flags Darien Lake,
unless you allow them to buy. which they wouldn't do.
They're not even. I mean, even then, you're not gonna like. Even if Cedar Fair bought the property and said, "Hey, we're gonna make this a big park," you can't. There's not land to do it. Like, you can't do it. This park
is not really feasible.
Like, this park exists because it's a moment in time, and that's not to say that you can't add some new rides, but the reason why this park is still here is because of those old rides. That's why people go there. And it's ironic because he's also using this example. He's saying like, oh, well, but he came. Well, you didn't open the rides. Like, how can you argue that here's proof? Nobody cares about this park because nobody wants these rides, so nobody's coming to these parks. So, like, that's proof, right? Well, no, not if you didn't open the rides. Like, nobody's going to come to the park if the rides aren't open. That's not, like, that doesn't make sense. How are you using that as evidence when you aren't opening the rides? I don't understand the logic this guy. Oh, my God.
It's pretty funny.
I don't get it. I don't understand.
Mm-hmm. He did say he brought in the reggae festival, which I liked that little, like that was some big, huge. Oh, the reggae fest, yeah.
Oh my God. He just
Brought
like
in the reggae fest, brought in the car show, the truck show,
he
pumpkin
also says
fest
he brought
lease,
in new rides.
Ghost Lake lease. Mm-hmm.
What are the new rides?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think there was a new like train that was like literally would fit in my living room. I live in a old apartment above a storefront, and I really think that the train that they got would fit in my living room. The whole layout. It was that tiny. I mean, is that your idea of new rides? Because you're like adults can't ride that. They could ride the Blue Streak.
Yeah.
They could ride the Tumblebug. But I don't get it. I don't like as far as anybody knows, this guy has not really operated any rides that adults could ride. And somehow he's saying, well, look, this year is proof that nobody wants to come to this park. If the park's not open, you can't say nobody's coming to the park. Like, I just,
Mm-hmm.
it's like, Kennywood closes Phantom's Revenge during Winterfest, but like, that would be like Kennywood saying, oh, look, we have the statistics. And the entire month of December, nobody rode Phantom's Revenge. We might as well tear it down. Like, no, it was closed. That's why nobody rode it. It's not because nobody likes it, because it was closed. This guy,
An
oh
amusement
God.
park will gain attendance when the amusement rides aren't
Yeah,
operating.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. He's trying to twist things to make his case seem way more sensible than it really is. But which again, I mean, you could apply that to the Carol Anderson thing. I still don't know. I still feel like that might be actually somewhat. I don't know. And again, assault can really be a tricky field. So I mean, it could be assault like she tapped her on the shoulder or pushed her or something. I don't know.
Right.
Could be like she ran into her on accident. Who knows? So yeah, I don't know. This is just a crappy story, and it is a story that it's like every week or at least bi-weekly we get something out of it.
So here's something I just want to mention. I'm not going to go into detail, but like anybody that's listening that really wants to learn a little bit more about Todd Joseph, do a Google search on Roxborough community, and look up 365 Green Lane. It's an interesting story that occurred with Todd Joseph in other areas. The Bunting House, that's actually the name. Bunting House in the Philadelphia area. There's a lot of it's very interesting. You'll if you're interested in this, look that up. You'll find it interesting. That's for sure.
All right. Well, sadly, we're moving on to even a worse story. Sadly, we talked about a long time ago the Glenwood Caverns incident, and we have a little bit more of an update with what's proceeding legally from both the family and from the state of Colorado itself as an entity. There will be a lawsuit pursued by the family.
Yeah, it's already been filed.
Yep, and their lawsuit is the what it entails is they've instated 2 complaints about passengers not being initially strapped in, similar to how the daughter of these parents tragically died. They included those 2 complaints in the original lawsuit, which is interesting because we talked about, I think, one of the incidents, but there was actually 2 that were very similar to what occurred.
Yeah, no, I think I actually brought up both of them.
Did we?
You're talking about the previous instance
Mm-hmm.
with the seatbelt.
I think you might have talked about it I think that might have been when Airtime Mike came on.
Oh, that is true because yeah, him and I actually did talk a lot about this, so that's possible.
Yeah, because I don't recall, but yeah, there were 2 incidents that occurred previously, similar to what occurred here. Just negligence in general. So they're suing so that they want the public. That's what they're saying. The public to learn the truth, and they obviously want damages as well paid for. I mean, it's traumatic experience to obviously
Yeah.
to go through. And then also the state itself is fining the park $68,000.
Yeah, which unfortunately I think is a little bit weak.
I think that's a low cost. That one of the biggest fine is the $66,000 fine, which is basically saying that they failed to train ride operators in accordance with regulations that they have.
Right.
And yeah, and then the other 2, I believe, are like both $1,000. Is that right? I think yeah.
Yeah.
And they're just the ride operators failing to operate each ride in accordance with amusement rides and device regulations. So it's like a separate 2 fines that are attached to that. So it's $68,000 total.
Yeah, and it looks like the state is definitely putting this all. I mean, they're really putting this all on the park.
Yeah.
There was some speculation of like, would they hold the ride operators responsible? You know,
liable
what
for-
level would they be held liable? It doesn't look like the state is actually putting that on. They're mostly saying that the negligence that happened on their part was the result of the negligence of the park not training them. And, you know, those operators should have been more knowledgeable
trained.
and
Mhm.
comfortable running that ride
And not
before they were allowed to operate it.
yeah. Exactly. And more specifically, they should have been not trained to just bypass an error. I mean, that's just not.
Yeah. So, well, see that's the interesting thing, and this is a bit out, and and honestly, even in the early stages of this, even my comments were a little bit off the mark, because not all the information was available. What the operator did wasn't actually bypassing and ignoring the alert. But it's a really weird way. It's really interesting how it actually transpired. In some ways, I think it's worse the way it actually transpired. But they actually responded to that alert. They went to seat 3, which was what was responding, and the operator actually unhooked the seatbelt and rehooked it. And that's what actually cleared the error, because the error, the warning indicator was actually because the seatbelt hadn't been cycled. So when he
Alright,
did that,
so
he
that's not actually an error. Then it's more of it won't dispatch without it being
right.
locked. Yeah,
So
alright.
so that's the thing that's like, it's really weird how like it was actually some really good thinking on the programmers of the ride system, and thinking like, oh, we better make sure that this seatbelt cycles so that we know somebody's not gonna just hop on a seatbelt that's already been attached. You know, this is literally what they had to be thinking whenever they programmed that. And the ride operator should have known that. But the fact that he disconnected the seatbelt and reconnected it and still didn't notice that she was sitting on top of it is just, I mean, that's really interesting. But yeah, it's weird. So they actually did respond to it. They just didn't respond to it properly.
And
They didn't.
and it wasn't actually now that you're explaining, not really an error as in the sense of a ride failure or anything. It was more just actual traditional seating procedures, and the system was saying, "Hey, you didn't do that." I mean, that's similar to rides I know, like that just says like, "Hey, you gotta cycle these trains here. There's these seats
Right.
real quick."
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's that's the whole thing. Like, there are people out there that are saying, "Oh, well, it's ridiculous that they were able to dispatch this ride without the seatbelt on." Well, the seatbelt was connected. The ride system saw that. There's no way you can actually, like, you cannot really blame this on the ride system in any way, shape, or form because
At that
I
point,
mean,
it's a
what
visual confirmation by the
right,
ride operator.
exactly.
The system can't
What
actually see.
exactly? What are you going to do? How are you going to, there's just nothing. There's no way to do this, electronically.
It's the equivalent
Um,
of, I mean, and this is obviously way, way more out there, but for the people that are still kind of confused, it's the equivalent of opening up a restraint on, say, just a PTC or RMC or Intamin, opening up the restraint, and then, the system's going, all right, well, that restraint's been open now I need to push it down and lock it, and then having someone just come and sit on that restraint and then dispatching the train. The system still thinks, all right, the person's seated, they're restrained properly,
Well,
and they're
you know what's
dispatched. I mean,
actually
that's
here's
exactly the
actually a
same thing.
good. This is a good. This I just thought of this, and I think this is a good way of putting this in perspective. Really old cars used to have very obnoxious seatbelt warnings. And they weren't advanced to like they didn't have the seat sensors and stuff like that. But like I remember that a family friend of mine had this car that if you started the car and put it in without the seatbelt connected, it just buzzed. Like I mean a really loud zzz the entire time until you put the seatbelt on. And I actually remember this. His seatbelts were always connected. He just sat on top of them.
Hmm.
Solely just to shut the buzzer up. So that's kind of what you're looking at here. Like the seatbelt was connected. The car thought, oh, well, he has a seatbelt on. It's just it's one of those things. Like there's nothing it's kind of like tricking the ride system into thinking, well, yeah, they're in their seatbelt. They're just sitting on it. It's ridiculous either way.
Mm-hmm. And again, that should be something that's trained. I mean, that's how they should be trained. That's something that should be one of, I would think, the core aspects of training is making sure that those seatbelts are not under or not, restrained properly. Like that's pretty much, I know,
this is
ride operators. That is one of the biggest things, making sure the restraint is properly secured. And there's
so
different
this is
ways the
something
parts
that
do
actually.
that, but it should.
Well,
The
yeah. So
value should
this
still
is
be there.
something. This is something interesting that also came up in the actual official report. They actually said that they watched the Division of Oil and Labor, I think is the official name of the division. They actually watched surveillance footage of the entire day, and they noticed that the majority, like basically all the ride operators on every cycle, whenever everybody left, it was standard practice for them, even though it wasn't written down, which was they marked that against the park. But everybody left the ride, and the ride operators went and they walked around and they cleared every seatbelt.
Mm-hmm.
And then they would open the gate and let people in. So there were even procedures in place that would have prevented this from happening that weren't followed on that cycle.
Mm.
So that's again where this isn't an issue of like, oh, well, something was like seriously overlooked in the design and the training or whatever. Like this is the park it was in the training. The park just didn't like document this and make sure that everybody was, up to date on this. Like this is how you do it. But they noticed that, like everybody pretty much did that procedure, but this ride operator did not do that procedure on this cycle. Had they done that, this probably never would have happened. Well, I don't see how it could have happened.
Yeah. It wouldn't have. All right, well, let's arise from the somber state of our past few stories here, right? And let's get to something a little bit more exciting. Taking flight this summer, hopefully, 2022. Or winter, yeah. This is coming out of Six Flags Magic Mountain, so we're not too sure. Is Wonder Woman Flight of Courage. Not a big fan of the name, not gonna lie. I wish they would have just stuck with Golden Lasso or whatever. I mean, that would have been fine.
Golden Lasso coaster.
I would have been fine with another one of those, honestly. It's far enough away. I mean, California and Texas, you can't get too much further away.
I mean, maybe Six Flags is actually saying, should start naming our coasters different.
Yeah, let's just, but not that, not the first part though. The first part is gonna stay the exact
Right.
same, but just
Right.
the little like, yeah, the semicolon flight of courage. That we'll give a little bit of we'll give a little bit to the enthusiasts who are tired of the clones. Yeah, so this is a pure clone of Jersey Devil, except for the actual exit out of the station is a little bit elongated, and then the same thing with the return for the brake runs. You're not taking the exact same path back into the brake run, but other than that,
And thus, it is the longest single rail coaster.
and in that, yes, and Bob, it's the 20th coaster at Six Flags Magic Mountain.
Again,
For the 20th time. I'm sure. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I'm sure. I got to see where it would be going when I was there in August. Me and Timmy were walking around. We actually saw the construction site, and we were like, oh wow, this is where that single rail is probably gonna end up going. They hadn't announced anything yet, so we didn't know for sure. But it's pretty obvious when you have a huge set of fences everywhere, and you can see employees putting in footers. It's pretty obvious what's going down.
Oh, we've even had pictures of track.
Yeah, we
being
had pictures of the
delivered.
track, but we didn't actually know like, where it was going on in the park. Which
Oh,
we got
yeah.
to see when we were there, which was kind of cool. But yeah, so this is gonna be fun. It's gonna be fine. I know you got on Jersey Devil. I have yet to.
Yes.
So
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. It wasn't quite what I was expecting, but the more I read, and apparently it's kind of been tamed down a little bit from
Yeah.
original single rails.
that's what I've heard as well. Again, I've ridden the other single rails. I've ridden Jersey Devil and Railblazer. I've ridden Wonder Woman, Golden Lasso Coaster, and Railblazer. Not gotten on Jersey Devil, so I know that they're crazy, and I'm expecting it to be crazy. And that's Daniel is the only, well, he's the closest individual I know to me that has ridden all three or both of the models. He hasn't ridden all three, but he's ridden the original model, and then this new kind of extended layout model, and he's kind of confirmed that they're very different. Yeah, and that these aren't
Yeah.
nearly as aggressive. So, that's why I'm saying it seems like a fine addition. It could be great. I don't know. It's going to be great for the park. That's 20 coasters now. It's pretty great feat. It's the first to do it. It's awesome. I don't know how well the actual ride experience will be, or how good the actual ride experience will be, because again, we've heard conflicting things. But it should be a fun addition.
Oh, it's going to be good. I mean, just because Jersey Devil isn't what the original single rails were, does not mean it's not extremely fun. It's
Yeah,
a
I'm sure.
very
That's what I'm saying.
impressive-
Fun, fine. I don't know if it'll be like the best coaster at Magic Mountain. Like some people were thinking this could be like topping X2,
Oh, yeah.
Twisted Colossus. It could be if they did an entire extended layout and it was really taller and faster and everything. All those hit all those points there, that it could be potentially one of the better rides at Magic Mountain. And I don't even think it'll be top 3 maybe. Like I think it's possible that we see like Full Throttle still, or I thought West Coast Racers was pretty great. Some of those coasters still top it. So Tatsu is supposed to be amazing. I didn't get to get on that because it was closed while I was there. But yeah, I don't know if it'll be that coaster, but it'll be fun.
Yep.
And this is an article you threw in here.
Yeah, this is fun and
Kind of
interesting.
comedic
Funny
relief
in
here.
yeah, I mean, I mean, as a former firefighter, there's parts of me that are like, this isn't funny, but no, it's actually really
It's
funny.
pretty fun. Yeah.
So, the article actually focused on Dollywood.
But I couldn't imagine this isn't happening at other places as well. Yeah.
Oh, actually, the Reddit thread on this confirms this is happening a lot, because people were actually saying, "Oh yeah, this happened to me. Oh yeah, this happened to me." So, how do you pronounce that? Is it Sevier County?
Sevier? Yeah.
Sevier?
Sevier?
I don't know. Wherever Dollywood is, that county.
Yeah.
Their 911 dispatch was interviewed. They basically have been receiving 911 calls from people on roller coasters. So from May until early October 2020, they received nearly 16,000 accidental 911 calls. 60% of those, nearly 10,000, came from amusement park rides. And I love this. It's become so common, dispatchers can nearly discern which roller coasters callers are riding. um, so this is interesting, and there's a couple things that were kind of brought up on the Reddit thread. This is kind of focused on an iPhone, and
Yeah.
it does seem that this is an iPhone. This is more of
Issue.
an iPhone issue than Android, mainly because of the sequence of events that you have to do to trigger the emergency call. Apparently on an iPhone, you just tap the button 5 times, and that's all that's required. Like, I guess there's a countdown, but if you're not looking at the phone, you're not going to see the countdown. So literally, you just tap the button on the screen 5 times, and this is on your lock screen. So it is the default screen. It's not like you even have to go to a screen to get to this. So if you just put this in your back pocket or whatever, I mean, just bouncing up and down, like, you're going to trigger your phone to call 911. In Android phones, it's not as easy. I mean, it's an easy process, but you have to actually slide your finger.
Yes.
I've never actually done it on my phone because I never actually wanted. I never accidentally wanted to trigger 911. Tried.
That's probably a good way to go through your life. Yeah, not calling 911 accidentally, but
But
how do you want to
yeah.
call 911 accidentally? If you want to,
Yeah,
is it
yeah,
accidental?
you can't. That's not really accidental.
Um, but also
So
on
yeah,
the article is Live 360, which is an app I have on my phone, which honestly
Yeah.
it hasn't been an issue for me, but apparently they have a software detection that via GPS and accelerometers that when they track speeds at over 25 miles per hour, it detects emergencies and dials first responders.
Yeah.
Which is
So
odd, 'cause
basically,
again, I
I
have
think
that app on my phone, and I've ridden.
well, it probably also depends on settings. I'm not really sure. I've never actually used it. But like,
Could
I
be,
mean, the
could
whole
be.
thing is
I'm not gonna
it's
say I've
detect.
actually looked into it, but
Yeah, but it's literally just detecting if you were in a crash. And I mean, if you think about it, like, I mean, certain coasters are fast or launch
Lightning Rod is
coaster.
a car crash, so I can imagine that's why Dollywood in specific is being showcased in this
There you
article.
go. And actually, I mean, Dollywood. I mean, Lightning Rod is one of the coasters that actually stops really fast
Yeah,
if you think about it. So yeah, I mean, that's all. That this all makes sense.
it's all falling
Um,
together.
Yeah, so this is something to keep in mind, because seriously, like when like the Reddit thread, there were people, like, somebody mentioned it happened on Twister, and he got off the ride and literally 911 was calling him back, to confirm because they, and they, like, the conversation was even like, oh, were you just riding Twister? Like, they know, like, this happens in these areas so prominently that they actually start to know what the rides sound like. It's it's really kind of an interesting thing. So this is something that you kind of need as a roller coaster rider. You kind of need to be aware of these
Yeah.
things.
Make sure if
Um,
you have an iPhone to ensure that button is in a safe spot, not going to be pressed.
Yeah, the best idea is to go ahead and put your phone in the storage bin on the. Oh wait,
Yeah, if
can't
only.
do that anymore.
If only, or you could buy one of those $30 lockers. I mean, it's
Right. See, and this is another aspect of where
it's an
that
economic
whole,
trade-off.
we could, yeah, this is a whole big issue. I mean, at Dollywood, certainly they have bins. You can do this. Like, put it if you have the ability to not take your phone on a ride, don't take your phone on a ride, especially if you have an iPhone. Or, as some people suggested, before you get on the ride, put your phone in airplane mode,
Yep.
and then that would help alleviate some of this problem. Because I mean, seriously, this requires resources that could be life or death for somebody. You know, it's something that certainly. I mean, it's a funny matter, but it's something to you do have to take some kind of
Something to
you know,
consider
note
when you're
of.
at the parks, and if
Yeah,
if you meet this
exactly.
criteria, if you have some of these applications or devices, yeah. So we talked about how Life 360 is trying to detect if you're in a car crash or not. If you want to get closer to where I get not really cars in general, but where their fuel source is comes from, you've come to the right place. Saudi Arabia
Well, not yet.
is
It's
actually looking.
coming.
It's looking at um, converting an oil rig into an extreme park. 150,000 square meter extreme park to be exact. And this is a huge project. If you actually look at the schematics they have for it, or the renderings they have for it, it looks crazy. I mean, there's cruise ships surrounding
It
it,
looks really
yachts.
cool.
There's helipads that you fly in with, helicopters. I mean, it is
Well, I mean, the whole point is that's how you're going to have to get to this park.
exactly. I mean, it is crazy, um, and it looks awesome. They're actually converting an older oil rig into an amusement park. So this is not going to be ground up. This is going to be an already existing structure. And it's yeah, the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia actually announced this on Twitter at first, and it's called the Rig Project.
Yeah. Honestly, this looks really really cool.
Yeah.
This is another one of those things. You and I were talking before the show. There's Saudi Arabia and Dubai and a couple other countries are like really investing in these parks that are really the whole intent is to draw people into the park to create a tourism industry where there wasn't before.
And it's working.
And I mean, yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, some of these countries are pretty bad with their human rights violations. And the thing that's kind of frustrating to me is I see Reddit that are just they're saying like there's no way I'd ever go there.
Yeah, they're outright condemning these countries. Yeah.
Like, yeah, which rightfully so. Like
Yes.
I mean, I'm absolutely not defending these countries in any way, shape, or form. But the reality is, it's easy for these people to say that before these things are built. Like right now, Six Flags Kidia is a joke, even though it's being built. Like, and I think the thing that people aren't realizing is that the money behind this is vast.
Yeah.
These things that seem unrealistic are actually going to happen because they have enough money to throw at it. It doesn't matter. Like, yes, the stuff that they're doing would make absolutely no sense for like Six Flags or Cedar Fair to actually invest in. No way in hell would they ever invest that kind of money.
Mm-hmm.
But this isn't about that. This is about attracting people. And they're gonna pull it off. And it's I think before you say that you're never going to go to these places, I think you really need to think about if that's an actual true statement. I mean, I hope people will stick to their morals, but at the same time, like, even for me that does not want to go to support this, a 500-foot tall coaster, like,
Yeah, you want to
I mean,
experience that.
let's face it, I'm not going to be able to afford it. But
Maybe you
but
can
let's
ask
be
for one of the
honest, I mean-
princes in Saudi Arabia to lend you something so you can head over. But
yeah. But like that, I mean, that's the thing. Like these are the whole plan, the whole point of these types of things is to put you in that situation where you go, yeah, I don't like what you're doing, but God, I want to ride that, or oh, I want to go
I
to
don't
that
like what you're
park," or,
doing, but I
you know, like,
kind of like what you're doing.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. One of the coolest renderings I think of this entire project is actually an underwater bar. At the very end of the article, there's actually an underwater bar, and we've seen this before. Like there's one at SeaWorld Orlando, for example, but this is like actually in the ocean. Like this oil rig is in the ocean.
This is the actual sea.
Exactly. There's going to be creatures that, it varies on day. There could be a huge shark swimming around. You know, I mean, like you don't know. And you know, with SeaWorld, you know, you're swimming. It's an aquarium. You know, they're the same creatures every time. They're smaller. You know, just due to logistics, you can't stick a 25-foot great white shark in a you know small little square foot aquarium. But you can, you know, have the vast ocean creatures come up and swim up next to it, and you don't know what you're going to get one day. It could be one of those sharks. So that really looks cool to me because in the rendering they actually do have what appears to be, I don't know if it's great white, but it's a pretty large shark swimming next door to the window. I mean, that just is so awesome. The opportunities are endless to see what you're going to see when you're in that bar. And then, of course, the attractions themselves look really cool. Again, they haven't really announced anything, but based on this picture, you can see there's going to be a water park. There's going to be some sort of rip-off of or maybe a Vekoma Boomerang looks like model coaster somewhat with the spikes, and then you have the inversions, the corkscrews kind of, but it's kind of inverted, and it's definitely tangled up differently than we see normally with the Vekoma Boomerang. It's not a Vekoma Boomerang in the traditional sense whatsoever.
How close you're coming to the water.
Yeah, it looks like you actually do go underwater. Looks like you go under the water there.
Oh yeah, it actually does go into a tunnel.
There's zip lining. I mean, oh man,
it certainly does look cool.
It does. This is a place that I would really like to visit. So, again, it sucks. I wish this was off the coast of California or Florida or something. Totally be going there. Yeah, so that's kind of it out of the story. Want to go. We don't really know much about when this is coming to fruition. They do want to, by the end of 2020's decade, so it would be in the next 10 years at least. They said that by the end of 2029, want to attract 100 million tourists each year. So in the next decade, they do at least plan to open this. And have a yearly throughput of 100 million tourists.
It does make me wonder if they will start. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, and last thing, they plan to invest, and this is where I'm saying, like, people don't realize, and I'm agreeing with you here, how much they plan to invest in this project over 9 years. $147 billion over the course of 9 years for logistics.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just the logistics.
Transports. Yeah.
That's not the
That's not, yeah. That is purely 2 pieces of the pie.
It's just the logistics of these
and
parks.
transport, yeah.
It's unreal. But the thing that I'm really kind of curious about is if will they adapt some of the human rights concerns in order to attract people?
Will they change policy? Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can't see them outright changing it, but like, I actually was in a discussion a while ago on Reddit about this. If you look at if you use the Internet Archive and you look back even just a few years at like the State Department's website and the Saudi websites and things like regarding travel, the way they word things has actually drastically changed. So just even like 5 years ago, you basically, if you were a woman, you basically could not go to this country. Well, you could go to the country, but you basically may not be allowed to leave without a guy actually escorting you. And there's not really evidence that says that, like, so the wording is very different now that says it no longer basically says you're not going to be able to do that. It basically says that they kind of sort of might reserve the right, but you don't really have to worry about that now. So it's interesting, like they're already adjusting wording, but like I wonder how far they'll go will they actually start changing policies, even if it just applies to tourists? I'm really curious if any of that's gonna come into play or not. I don't know. It's just it's gonna be interesting to see. I'm not. Again, please do not take anything I'm saying as any kind of defense of what they're doing.
Yeah, or condemnment. Yeah.
They are doing terrible things as far as human rights. I want to be clear about that. But you kind of have to look at things realistically. What's going on and how people respond, and what might change. And it's something I'm curious about. It's going to be an interesting 10 years to see how things develop over there.
Yep, I agree. And that does it for this first half of the show. When we get back, we're talking about some of the season passes we're going to be purchasing for the next season. We're going to talk about coasters being repainted. And that all comes up in the next half of Coaster Talk Podcast.
Yeah.
All right, let's try to keep this second half very short.
Yeah.
Because I have to be up in 6 hours.
All right.
Are you ready?
1 sec. So I'm actually going to here. I think people might want this. Just so it's there available for since we talked a lot about it. Yep.
All right.
3. Sorry, I just noticed he was still red.
I don't want a fucking season pass.
3, 2.
So obviously, as coaster enthusiasts, we require entry into the parks, and typically that is in the form of a season pass or membership.
We go
sometimes.
broke without them.
Yeah, membership or season pass typically what we acquire, and the two have become synonymous, but they're kind of different. And so we're going to talk about what plans, what methods are we going to be utilizing this year, what parks we're going to be getting right now. So, Bob, I know you've come to more of a finite conclusion than me at this point. So if you want to share your...
Yeah, so this is interesting. And there's really only one... Well, I guess there's two things that I'm kind of... It's funny, the thing... Before we got to this point of the season, the only thing that was certain was I was going to renew my Six Flags season. That was the only thing I knew for sure. And it's the only thing that pretty much is not going to happen for sure. Because of the one change they made where season get you into all of the Six Flags parks. And this is kind of a frustrating thing for me. So I'm probably not going to Six Flags. I might revisit that if plans change next year. I might be forced to get a membership, but for the most part, I think it's likely that I just won't go into Six Flags parks next year. I don't want I don't want an annual membership that renews automatically. I just don't want to get involved in that, especially because the other thing that I'm sure I'm not renewing SeaWorld because holy crap, that's just been a nightmare.
That's probably the only one I'm certain I will be renewing.
I just can't justify it. I mean, I live a little bit.
Exactly, and I think it's fair for you. You're
but
someone that you visited Busch 2 or 3 times this year?
I mean, this year I think only once.
Really? Okay, I thought for some reason you did 2 or 3. But yeah, that's something. I mean, I used it quite a bit. So, I mean, I went to Busch a lot, and then I went to the SeaWorld
It's
parks
not
in
even
Florida.
about that. It's just the price.
Yeah, I
The
agree, but
price-
I think I got more worth out of my membership this year. So,
Yeah,
and
I'm
I plan on
just
it next year as well.
frustrated.
So
The whole thing, the whole monthly thing has kind of bit me in the ass as well. Especially with COVID. Like I'm kind of in this stuck area where I can't just cancel my pass now because I'm in months period. But yet I don't know how I actually can actually get my free months to remain active and yet not end up paying at least for 1 month, which is $30. $30 a month is, I mean, that's a ridiculous amount of, especially when you compare it to other season. I mean, and the amount of money that I spend when I actually go to the park. That's the thing. I think that's the thing. Like if I knew that I could go to a park and not spend any money, maybe. But the thing is I know that like when I go to the park, even if it's just for one meal, I'm going to be spending.
yeah, which I think they try to say, well, hey, you're getting 40% off food, so that's kind of
But yeah, well, that's another thing. Before they gave us our 50% discount, they marked everything up higher than it used to. Maybe not a whole 50%, but the prices definitely went way up right before they gave us the 50% discount, which is that's just like SeaWorld. They're just a horrible company. They're just they have amazing parks, but they're just a horrible company. It's I did think that there might be a possibility that at some point I might fly to Texas to actually get a Platinum Pass down there because apparently they're a lot cheaper.
yeah. Uh-huh.
Maybe I'll do that.
What's
It's not cheap anymore.
Is it not?
It's up to like almost $300.
No, I mean that's still cheaper than the Williamsburg one by a significant margin, but
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's just yeah, I don't think I'm doing that. I am definitely renewing her. That's for certain. Just her, I mean, it is my home park now, and it's such a great park. And as much as I don't want to support SeaWorld, I actually want to support Hershey that much because they really treat people well. They really treat their guests and their pass holders very well. And I enjoy basically every visit to Hershey. I love it. Even the company. The company seems like a really good company. So I'm definitely renewing that. The one that I'm on the fence about is Palace. And this is a whole quagmire, as you and I were discussing. I was like, after last year, I was just like, no, I'm not doing this Palace thing because nobody knew. One day I couldn't get into Kennywood, and they're like, oh no, this way. Then I didn't get any discounts, which apparently was by design, but the website didn't say that. It was a mess.
yeah.
And the thing is, it's still a mess apparently, because if you go on any of their sites, they all seem to say different things in different sections. And like, yeah, it's like right now, if you go to Dutch Wonderland's website and you click on the buy now for a Platinum Pass, it pops up and it says 2020 access to Sandcastle. What? I mean, yes, but like that's like, no. What are they saying? I don't know. It's likely that somebody messed up a copy and paste, but holy crap, can you proofread your websites?
Yeah.
I mean, but the thing is like you click on, I think it was Kennywood's website, the one page actually, so they just got a new website, but when I was looking a few weeks ago, they had an old website, and it kind of indicated that, oh, now Kennywood, Idlewild, and Sandcastle are all going to be treated if you have one of those.
They're kind of grouped together
as your home
as
park.
one park.
Well, then this new website launches, and it doesn't say that anymore. Features on the comparison say 20% at Kennywood or 30% at Kennywood or whatever it is. It all specifically says at Kennywood. But then if you click on buy now, Well, now all of a sudden, you get your discounts at the Pittsburgh area parks.
Yeah,
All
they,
of them.
they have their little e-commerce store. Yeah, and that
Yeah.
specifically
But
says,
see, but
at
then here's the
different
thing.
parks. Yeah.
Which one is it? Like, is the new website reflective of what it actually is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because
I don't know.
the purchase is still part of the old system. So does that mean they haven't updated like they changed their mind again and like, no, we're just going back to home park only? I don't
Mhm.
know. I don't know what to do. I kind of want to renew it because, I mean, I like stopping at Dutch Wonderland just to ride Merlin's Mayhem, on like when I'm at Hershey, here and there. And Kennywood's like right that. I mean, it's like 40 minutes from or not even 40 minutes from my parents' house, like a half hour probably. Idlewild is like same distance, like even closer. Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of a frustrating thing, but I have a feeling I'm probably going to end up giving Palace one more shot. Only this time I'm actually going to get through Kennywood instead of Dutch Wonderland because now I know.
Yeah, that way, even if you,
I
even if they
think
haven't
that would
rectified
tick
those
me-
issues, you'll have Kennywood as a home park, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing that ticked me off the most was that if I would have known that that was the case up front, I probably still would have bought the pass. I just would have made sure I bought it at Kennywood because I spent a ton of money at Kennywood this past year. And I didn't get discounts on any of it because my home was Dutch Wonderland, where I don't even know. I think I bought a magnet. Like, that's what frustrated me. None of it was documented. It was all we were misled. But now I'm kind of like, are we being misled again? Like, they need to get their act together. They have to straighten this out.
Mm-hmm.
Be best if it was just like, hey, if you have a Palace Pass, like Cedar Fair.
Maybe not. Yeah, they just outright stated what they were intending.
Cedar Fair is the only park chain that actually gets season passes right. They do it perfectly.
Yep.
Knock on wood. Because now they're probably going to screw it up that I said that. But
Yeah.
it's simple. You have a Platinum Pass, so you have the same benefits at every Cedar Fair park. You don't have to question what. Like, I don't know. I don't think I can go to Kennywood right now. I'm pretty sure I can't unless I get it. Like, but I'm not sure. I don't know what I get, what I don't get.
Yeah.
It was the same thing last week when Edon and I went up to Sesame Place. We weren't completely sure we were going to get it because we didn't know what the rules were. Because SeaWorld has that weird thing where like different parks have special events that Platinum Pass holders from other parks don't get.
Yeah.
And we couldn't figure out whether we were actually going to get. Thankfully, we were. But like, I hate that confusion. Like, why do you have to make this complicated? I just don't get it.
I mean, I guess from a certain point of view, it could be a business move to make it so confusing. Yes, it could defer some customers, but at the same time, people could be buying under false pretenses, thinking they're going to get more than they actually do, and they end up spending more in the parks. Like you said, you've spent a lot at Kennywood, so I don't know. I don't know if it's by design necessarily, but there is maybe potential business benefits.
I think Palace,
but they're short term, right?
it. Well, yeah, but see, and that's the thing. I think Palace just botched the whole rollout. They rushed it, and they didn't. But it
shouldn't be that difficult to roll it out, though.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
It should literally. I mean, you could literally copy and paste from Cedar, like you said, Cedar Fair if you want. Like, do exactly what they do, and you're good.
Yeah.
You have
but
like their compare chart is like 12 things long. It's like then the only 3 things that the Platinum Pass gets over the Gold Pass is admission and parking at all Cedar Fair parks. And that's like the 2, big benefits that you get, out of.
Well, you also get your discounts at all Cedar Fair parks.
Yeah, you get those. You get in-park discounts, but that's because you get that admission kind of.
Well, but that's the thing. At Palace, you get admission, but you don't get any discounts outside of your home park. Except now,
But I thought you did.
Pittsburgh.
At Lake Compounds.
No.
You got at Lake Compounds. You got
Well,
discounts.
Oh yeah, that was a weird thing. I don't know how that happened. Yeah, apparently Lake Compounds
Doesn't follow
gives-
the rules or didn't get the memo.
I guess I don't know. I actually don't. I don't know how that. I have no idea how that. So I didn't. What was it? I didn't get discounts on merchandise at Lake Compounds, but I got free drinks at Lake Compounds. And I think I also got discounts on food. Yeah.
That was the one
I
you told
forgot about
me
that.
was
So
about
but that's the
foods.
thing. Like, I don't think that you actually. I don't like. I couldn't. I actually went back and tried to find any. Like, I couldn't find any documentation that said that I should actually get that. I mean, I was happy I got that, but I don't know how I got that. Because if you follow what the website said at the time, I don't think I should have got any of it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just part of it. Like you shouldn't make this so complicated. Just like you get your discounts. Like this is your discounts. This is
Yeah.
Just
It should be
you could go to
easy.
parks and this is what you like. This isn't hard.
Go
And we'll spend
to.
money.
I'm now on Cedar Fair's or Cedar Point's website to buy a season pass, and the first thing is easy payment plans. That's just what it really the word for the first word is what I mean more, but it should be easy.
Yeah.
That's what it is with Cedar Fair. I mean, that's
Well,
definitely.
and see that, and the other thing, that's what I like about Cedar Fair too, is you can do the monthly payments to break it up, but it doesn't automatically renew. You're not like you're basically purchasing it on credit in a sense. They're not charging you interest, but like it's not like at Six Flags and SeaWorld when you sign up, like you're a member until you cancel, which generally, well, I mean, I've heard multiple horror stories about Six Flags. SeaWorld, God knows what I'm in for there. I don't know. It's just like I just want like, okay, I purchased the product, end of story. Like if I don't do anything else, that will just cease to exist. That's the way it should be. That's what Cedar Fair does.
Yeah.
I like that. And actually Palace does that as well. As the same like well depending Hershey does it as well. Depending on when you buy it. But you can actually do a payment plan, like split the payments over a few months. But you're still just buying a one-time product.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I'll give off my little rundown here since we've already kind of examined each and every park chain. I plan on I'm probably not going to get Cedar Point or Cedar Fair, and that's for reasons, unbeknownst to many of you right now. But that's just I don't think I'm going to get a Cedar Fair pass. I don't think I'm going to get Kennywood. I don't think I'll do Palace.
You're also a lot further away.
Yeah, exactly. There's no real draw for me to get that. I honestly, it would have made sense for me to do it like a few years back because I made like 5 trips to Kennywood that year. But that probably won't happen again. That was a year that I went to Pittsburgh a bunch. I will be going actually possibly this November. I might go during Thanksgiving and go to Kennywood. So there's that. But that doesn't obviously affect my 2022 pass membership there at all, really, because I don't think I'll be going up there after that. I don't think I'll do Hershey. I don't go to Hershey that much. SeaWorld, I will probably get a pass for. So really, ironically, SeaWorld might be the only pass I do get again. I might not get anybody else's but SeaWorld. And that's just because, again, I'm visiting that park so much. Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, and then I also probably will get back to Florida next year, maybe for SeaWorld Orlando, and I want to get on Iron Gwazi, Icebreaker.
So you can give me your free tickets.
Yeah, and that'll make it so much easier for you. I'll allocate all the stress to me, and you can just have the free benefits and the nice benefits of.
So I actually didn't mention. So with Cedar Fair, I'm not renewing because I don't have to.
Yeah.
My pass is through Canada's Wonderland, which is good through Labor 2022. So thank God for that.
So you're gonna have to get up to Canada here soon, then get that pass, right?
No, I don't have to do that. Cedar
Okay.
Fair doesn't operate that
Yeah.
thing.
Well, I mean, you should get up there.
I want to get up
Yeah.
there.
That's
I can't right now. I mean, that was the whole thing. Like, I would have been there a while ago. That was one trip I wanted to do this year. Well, I wanted to do last.
Yeah.
I just haven't been able to do it. I don't even know. I know that. Are we? I think, as far as I know, the borders are still officially closed to leisure travel. I think that might be changing in November,
Nah,
but I mean,
I
at this
think
point,
I don't know.
it's too late in the game. Like there's gonna be too many rides closed. Like I'm not gonna go up there for Winterfest.
I believe fully vaccinated tourists are allowed to enter enter Canada now, and then come back. But that's I don't know. I think that's how it might be proceeding.
Well, either way, it's too late.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna go up there this time.
And freeze your ass off.
Well, that's part of it, but I mean, when I go up there, I want best shot of. This isn't the time. I mean, maybe if I got there this next weekend, but that's logistically, I just can't make it happen. So.
Mm-hmm. And on Six Flags might be a park also. I just thought about that chain. I might. I have a membership right now. I don't mind the membership. I haven't had any issues with the membership. I believe I did cancel it. I don't think I had it the year before last, but I had it in 2018. Yeah, I don't know. So those will be the two chains I possibly invest in a pass. Other than that, I'm looking at buying a day ticket or whatever wherever I end up going. Which next year is a Europe trip. That's in the forecast for me. So that would be the main investment in terms of parks for me. So
Yeah.
I might stick to like very little park passes. Like SeaWorld might be it, just because it would make sense. But other than that, like I don't want to invest in Six Flags or Cedar Fair or whatever, and then not be able to use it that much because I'm going to be mainly focused on going to Europe and hitting those parks, and then that's where my money's going to be going.
So you're going to get the passes that I despise right now. That's what you're just doing this to spite me.
Yeah, that's pure. That's called the Bob FU Foundation fund right now, and it's all going towards the SeaWorld and Six Flags.
I'm not. And
I might even
also
get a
wanna be
Cognac Lake.
clear-
I might buy a Cognac Lake Pass if they sell those.
Yeah.
Just so I can go
Yeah.
stand in a park and look at the rides that are closed.
So I the one thing I do want to be clear, I don't want to seem like I'm saying that the Six Flags memberships aren't a good value. They are. I just don't. It's in some ways you also have to understand. I don't have a steady paycheck being self-employed, so like when I have those bad months, $10 or $15. I mean, even if I get the least with like I think is like $7 a month. I mean, I might need that $7 on a really bad month, and I think that's the thing that maybe it's easier for people that have. I can allocate my paycheck and split it this way. It's just the way it is. It's a lot, and even with payment plans, like you can pay in advance, you can pay it off. Like I have a good month,
Mm-hmm.
and that's usually the way I would season passes. Like, oh, good month. Okay, I'll purchase this season. But like that's the problem with the membership. It's not that I am saying, oh, Six Flags, your value is horrible. It's that whole trapping you think. The whole mentality of, oh well, my 12-month term is up, and I'm probably not going to go for another 8 months, but I don't want to commit to another 12 months, So maybe I'll just keep it for that 8 months. But then you have the same argument. Keep a pass that you might not even really be using. I don't know. It's a those two things of just like, not having necessarily like the same paycheck every month, and the fact that there's that psychological, like, the reason why they're trying to get you to move to memberships is because you kind of like trap yourself, and you think like, oh well, it's only $6. Yeah, but
Mm-hmm.
if you're not I don't know. It's there's that whole psychological thing that people, oh well, it's only,
Yeah.
if every park chain was doing this, do you realize how much this would be paying? But saying, oh, it's only $5. Well,
But yeah, you also have
Yeah.
to think of your
Except you're spending
utility
$60
costs and
a
all
month.
That's also included in the per month costs that you pay. It's not just season passes either. So, right? I mean, you're paying utilities and whatever else,
Yeah.
other taxes, and
but I mean,
$7
think about
in
it.
addition to that
Yeah,
also
but yeah.
can hurt.
But
So,
like, if you think about it, if every single chain was doing this, enthusiasts would just be like, "Oh, well, it's only $5 a month." Well, yeah, but when you add all of those $5 a month, like that's $60 a month you're paying. Like then that's a real number.
I guess if
like,
you had every
no,
park chain,
well,
pass maybe
I get they're
60.
they're not all. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. They're not all $5. But
Yeah,
what
they're
I'm
not.
saying is, like, when you make that, like, oh, it's only $5. Oh, it's
When
only
you make that
$8. Oh,
assertion,
that one's.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yes, that by itself, but like when you add everything into the whole, add up quick.
Yes.
And you're stuck, and you mentally are stuck with it too, even after your term's up, because then you're like, oh well, I don't want to have to recommit to 12 months, so I'm just going to keep it until I decide. But then, like, every time you have that argument, same thing, which means you kind of indefinitely just keep.
And I don't disagree with you. It's a promotional strategy and scheme that businesses do. It's the same thing with, like, you get a free trial for 7 days, and then
Yeah,
if you
exactly.
don't cancel that subscription or that free trial, it just becomes a subscription, and you've purchased Netflix somehow.
I wonder if we'll ever see Six Flags pull something.
Yeah, so I mean, it's definitely a scheme and a
Yeah.
plan that they purposely do. When I get the argument that, oh, you just need to have self-control or whatever, that's fair as well. But some people it's just hard to keep track of all those things. And sometimes that's what the companies want, is that you have all these different things going on. You're not, I'm
Right.
gonna forget. Crap, I got that email from Six Flags the other day, and I forgot to,
And the
forgot to
fact
cancel.
that people make that argument, though, like well, you just need to learn to have self-control. It's like, hold up. If we all had self-control, they wouldn't even be bothering with this plan.
Yeah.
Like, the whole reason why this is a thing is because the entire world does not have self-control collectively. So, like, don't look at me individually. Like, this is us. This is the world we live
It's an
in.
epidemic.
I'm not using that excuse as like, oh, just go, don't have any self-control, but you know what I'm saying.
Buy it all.
It's all going to hell anyway. I'm just gonna buy it, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't care.
All right. Well, I think that's our takes on the season passes of the various parks. You can obviously actually there are some, like, we didn't talk about Universal or Disney. That's a big one. I actually got a military pass via it was Patriot Pass, I think is what they call it, Universal, via Pam, who is she has ties to the military. She was able to grab us one of those. So, like, there are certain passes like that. I don't know if I'd ever buy an annual pass to Universal or to Disney, but if I lived
Yeah,
down
there's
there,
always
maybe.
that.
I mean, that's actually, I think Universal has a pretty reasonably priced pass, and I think if I lived down there, I would definitely get that pass. But obviously, I don't travel down there much. But those are parts to consider.
There's times where you have to, like, go, well, I mean, let's say that I went to Holiday World for 3 days.
Yeah,
There's a high likelihood I'd buy a season pass.
exactly.
But it's not really to buy a season pass, it's because the
It makes the most
economical way
sense.
of doing it.
It's the same way I purchased a Fun Spot season pass.
Oh yeah, that's
this
another
year.
one that
That
I,
was
I could end up with that.
that
It's not really, you know.
that was a very good value. I think it was. I don't want to. I'm gonna ballpark it. So I think it was in the 70s or 80s. But I ended
I
up
think
visiting.
that sounds right.
I think I ended up visiting. I visited that park over the course of various different days. Probably collectively this year, 20 times. They're both of their properties, in Orlando and Kissimmee, easily 20 times. So I mean, if I had to buy a day, ride all pass, because I
And
like to ride the rides
see,
multiple times, so I don't like to do the per ride. So if I had to buy a pass every time, like a day pass to ride everything every time, I would have spent hundreds of
here's
dollars.
something. This is something with the whole Six Flags thing that I don't know that they're really thinking about. So in my case, let's put myself as just an enthusiast. Just says whatever. I'm going to buy the membership. Whatever. Forget me. Here's what usually happens with my family. Every year, my family takes a big amusement park trip, and it's all to various locations. But like last year was Six Flags Great Adventure and American Dream, and that was a very easy say, hey, just get the Six Flags season pass, because they dropped the $80 or whatever it was. They bought it, and they had it for a year, where they could go to Six Flags America too if they came down and visit me, and like that's an easy sell. That's such an so that right there resulted in 5 season passes being sold. That will not happen now, because my mom actually sent me a message when she got the email from Six Flags about renewing the pass, and she's like, holy crap, I think I'm going to do this, because like that's really cheap and that gives us access to all the Six Flags this year. And I messaged her back, said, nope, hold up. And she's like, oh, I'm definitely not. Like, so there's absolutely no way I'll ever sell my family on membership. Like, they're not going to commit to a Six Flags park. There's not Six Flags near them. There's no way that I'll ever, say, oh, well, you have to join this membership for 12 months. Like, they're not going to do that. I don't care how much I argue the value. No, they're not going to do that. They're just going to go buy a ticket. And then that means they're missing out on revenue from where they would say, oh, hey, we're in the area. Let's go to the Six Flags.
Yep, that's a potential loss for them right there. Is that market? I mean, maybe they hope to tap another that we have yet to see, but
Maybe.
yeah, I don't know. So yeah, that does it for our season pass talk. I think we've established our thoughts and opinions on each and every chain. Mainly, don't think we forgot any. Again, Disney and Universal aren't really considered with us because we're so far removed from them. And I think that's it. I mean, what other, there's Merlin on the other side of the ocean. We could theoretically get those passes. And there's other chains, obviously.
It's Adventureland.
Adventureland. Get the $450 Platinum Pass for the one park. Talk about no value. I mean, if you want to talk about SeaWorld value, I mean, man. Whew. Man. All right, well, let's talk about paint and what coasters are being painted. We asked this week.
Tons.
Yeah, there's no limit to the painting of roller coasters this year. It's just everyone's getting one. You get a paint. You get a paint. You get a paint. Sidewinder Hershey
busy.
Park was. We asked what coasters being painted are you most excited to see. Sidewinder Hershey Park was a few of people's responses, just because I think nobody really responded as to why. Mainly, people just responded with the coasters that they were excited to see, which I probably should have included, and why. But most people, I would assume it's probably just because it's such a new revelation, right? A new story that we didn't really know about before. We kind of.
I want to mention this since you brought it up. I am really hyped to see that finish now. After seeing it on Friday, like, they're not doing just a standard like track one color supports the other color. the supports are actually right now. There's 2 different colors painted. There's like a, I don't know, maybe call it a black cherry color, and then there's the blue, like the, I don't know, bubblegum color type, whatever. Um, with
So
the
technical, Bob.
Six Flags green color.
Yep, it's back.
Um,
It's back.
but I mean, it's not finished, but oh my god, it's looking really cool. From what like, I'm actually really hyped about.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever gotten hyped over a repaint, excuse me. But it does look good. It definitely looks good. Tatsu at Magic Mountain got mentioned once, which I found funny, as we had quite a dilemma. Which I think if he's saying Tatsu, I would hope he has confirmation that's actually being repainted, isn't just basing that off of that one picture or the multiple pictures that Bob thought were.
Or
all
they're saying it
photoshopped.
just to harass us.
Maybe they listen. They're like Tatsu. We actually did get a response with Wild One, which is
Yeah.
that's exciting. We got one response with Wild One. Cheetah Hunt. Someone said Cheetah Hunt needed it drastically. They actually responded with a little bit of an explanation and said they needed it drastically. I don't know if I agree completely. I mean, it is faded. It's been sitting out in the Florida sun for 10 years now, so it's faded. I don't know if it's one of the. I wouldn't say it's one of the top coasters that needs a repaint, but I mean, it's going to benefit from it. It'll look good. It'll pop again. Like it did. When you guys saw the promotional art back in the early 2000s when they opened it, kind of popped. It doesn't really pop like that anymore. It actually kind of fades in with the green trees surrounding it. So maybe this will make it pop a little bit more. And we got mainly, I think, not surprisingly, a lot of responses for Phantom's Revenge. A lot of people looking forward to that purple color. I still am not a fan, and you can't sway
Alright.
me any which
I got to
way,
make a
but-
little confession. The reason why I really want to go to Kennywood next weekend
Just to see.
is to ride with the purple track. I know it's not complete, but I am really hyped about purple track and a night ride. Like legit, I think that's going
See,
to
we
really
already had
add.
that with Apollo's Chariot, and it really doesn't do much. I mean, in Apollo's Chariot, you cannot. It is secluded just as much as Phantom's Revenge is, for sure. It is in the woods. It is pitch black out there all the time. I don't think the shade of paint or the exact color has much to do with the actual. I mean, I don't know. I just don't see that being a major draw for me as to why this is a good color.
I don't know. I think it's going to be a better night ride.
It's not. I don't think it's going to change that much. I mean, it's dark. Whether or not absence of light, you're not going to see color. Regardless, I mean, I don't.
No, but I mean, there's ambient light, and the green shows up a lot better in ambient light.
Not noticeable. I think to the human eye, really.
Oh, it absolutely is different.
No, I don't think
Yes.
so. I think you're full of it. I think you're full of it. We got a golden. Oh, I didn't know this was even getting repainted actually until now. Apparently, Gold Striker at California's Great America. Oh wait, no, sorry. He said, never mind. Patriot at California's Great America. For some reason, I wrote California's Great America and just went to Gold Striker, even though next to it he listed it off as California's Great America and then put a dash flight deck instead of flight deck dash California's Great America. So I read California's Great America and just thought Gold Striker for some reason. But flight deck is getting repainted, and that was one ride that when we were out in California, I said to Timmy, "This needs a repaint." Yeah, like it wasn't Cheetah Hunt. When we went rode Cheetah Hunt, it wasn't Cheetah Hunt that I said that to. That's in Florida, but still, the point when we were on these trips together, that was one that I pointed out that needs a repaint. It is faded. It is bad, and it looks like it's going to be getting it. I think I saw somebody post on Reddit about that repaint. Maybe.
Yeah, it's actually been posted a couple times.
So yeah, I'm glad to see. If you guys want a visualization of the paint, there you can go to Reddit. But I'm glad to see that it's happening. And the last one we got was V2 at Six Flags Great America, which is their Intimate Impulse. I don't really know what that is being repainted to, but I'm happy you're happy. I'm happy you're happy, listener. I'm happy that's one that you're looking forward to.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's a park neither of us have gone to, so that's one that we can't really, neither of us can speak to.
Yeah.
I need to get there though. That's a park. Maybe I get my season. If I get my membership, I'll head up there next year, to Chicago.
Yeah,
Um,
I want to get there to ride Max Force. That's my
Mhm.
biggest reason.
I
Well,
really
that
want
and
to ride
Wizard.
Raging Bull,
Yeah,
but for some reason, people
I'm
say that's like one of the better B&M hypers actually, they said the pre-drop's really great. But like when I'm like, oh, I have a polished chariot, they're like, no, it's better than a polished chariot. I'm like, all right, like the drop is better, apparently. So
You'll probably hate it because you don't like Nitro, so
I don't like Nitro. That's the only B&M hyper I don't like. Every other B&M hyper I like, and you dislike. No, I'm just kidding. Where you
no,
don't like as much as you like Nitro. That's amazing to me.
I love Nitro. Nitro is real. Is real.
Oh man, let's not get into that tonight, Bob.
No.
Um, so let's here we go. Conclude. Next week's weekly poll. What has been your favorite haunt so far this season? So that could even be like, I guess we don't have to. That doesn't have to necessarily be a park. If you've been to a haunted attraction in your home state or wherever, I went up to Pennsylvania, did Field of Streams. But I typically go to. There's a couple around my area in my state, Virginia. I go up to Ashland. There's some south of me as well. If you do anything like that, or you're a haunt fanatic and you travel around wherever to find them, that doesn't have to necessarily be limited to amusement parks. So, what has been your favorite haunt this season? Let us know. We'll talk about that on next week's show, and that'll kind of conclude the Halloween season next week, as it'll be.
Yeah.
That'll be it. Yeah. So we had a bit of fun. We had some fun Halloween discussion. I got to some parks for the Halloween in specific. Obviously, Bob not his cup of tea, so we didn't get that. We're still looking to maybe have a special guest to tell us a ghost story or two on the show. We'll see what comes out of that. But if nothing else comes out of that, we'll be talking about the haunts next weekend. Your guys' favorite haunts next weekend when the show gets dropped. So that about does it for the show. If you want to answer that poll, you can go to coachtalkpodcast.com/poll, or you can follow us on social media. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all going to be at Coaster Talk Pod. YouTube, you can subscribe to the channel. It's Coaster Talk Podcast, all 3 separate words there. If you want to contact the show with any comments, questions, or concerns, or if you want to leave an audio file with the show, send us a voicemail. That's what we would really love, because right now we're actually doing a giveaway where you can receive a Voyage pin and a Pantheon exclusive membership lanyard if you just send in a voicemail with a report from a park or a discussion you want to have on the show. Anything, you can just send an audio file in. Really, anything amusement park related we'll accept. And that's coachtalkpodcast.com/contact, or James at coachtalkpodcast.com, or Bob at coachtalkpodcast.com on email. And then you can shop coachtalkpodcast.com/shop any merchandise that you like. We have some pretty good selections there. So that does it for this week's episode, and we'll see you next week.
Yay.
We hit 2 hours again.
Yeah.
All right.
I knew this show was gonna get
Lengthy, yeah. All right, well, I have a calculus test tomorrow, so I need to leave pronto. Go to sleep.
well, real quick. I forget. Do we do 16-bit, 24-bit, or 32-bit PCM? Wait. I don't know. I have different encoding options for Wi-Fi.
I think mine's. Let me look. I feel like it's exact
I
statistics.
don't remember ever seeing this up. It probably doesn't really matter.
I don't think it matters that much, but let me look real quick. 16
Signed or unsigned?
signed.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to stop the live stream. There's no one watching, sadly, because it's 2 in the morning, probably. But good night, anyone that's watching, or
Yep,
anyone that's
good
watching in
night,
future
guys.
tense.